Hello, JR. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Can you hear me, JR? You know, when I saw the footage, I was like, clearly that has to be a male feminist. I mean, that was too many shots and they fucking missed. So, I'm going to share something though about that specifically. So, I don't know if you can read that clearly. Matt Walsh wrote, all of the talk about Trump being a fascist dictator was meant to lead to this. This is why they say it. This is the point. There's a guy over here named Roger. I've never been a huge Trump fan. That changed today. I'm fired up. You know, yeah, male feminist or man pretending to be a woman. Well, do you know, after it happened, I've been going around to all these crazy bitch feminist channels that had to live stream real quick after the debate with Biden. They seem to be silent. And going back to fascist dictator, who is the one that calls Trump a fascist dictator? Yeah, those are the words of feminists. So, yeah, JR. It's definitely not they, them. Actually, there is talk that it is some guy named, let's see, let's go back. All my feeds are completely full of Trump getting shot stuff. So there's a lot of speculation that it's Antifa, but definitely somebody doing the dirty work of the matriarchy, the tyrannical matriarchy. Hello, Billy.
Good evening. How are you?
What's happening?
I heard, well, you're talking about the news, so it's rippling over the waters, and we're hearing about it over here now.
Yeah? What are you hearing?
That an potential assassination attempt has taken place on Trump.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. That definitely happened. Did you see the footage?
I just saw like a thumbnail photo, bleeding ear. Heard how he apparently afterwards he stood up and fist bumped or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you didn't quite get me.
Yeah.
Try again.
Yeah, yeah. Here, I'll play this little clip.
But my sort of question for you guys, you Americans, is: but was this not not to be expected?
Yes and no. I mean, Biden did say here recently that Trump needed to be put in the bullseye or whatever. Why Biden said that? It's because the crazy feminists. Um, I think they're running out of ways to steal yet another election, so that's the only way they can stop him from being president. And these crazy bitches are convinced that Trump is a fascist dictator.
Yeah, hypocrisy. We see on a micro. Can you hear me from there?
Yeah.
We see this on a micro level as well. You know, it's like I'm being shadow banned, I'm being censored. But then they're the one going around reporting videos and trying to get channels taken down.
Yeah. Well, I had some stuff I was going to talk about tonight. This kind of derailed things, but it absolutely goes to show why the biblical end times are very important to look at.
Dun dun dun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we've got to be careful of that stuff.
Well, I mean, I've been saying it for a long time that feminism is an antichrist.
Yeah, but I'm talking from a bias of like psychology. So there is.
What happened to you?
They
There you are.
they say, so they say.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't provide a citation or case study or something like that. Something I just heard and remembered is that when people struggle, when times are tough,
Mm-hmm.
when it's hard to get your footing, people naturally become more emotionally based. This pushes them towards things like religion for answers and spirituality, and that kind of ties in with like magical thinking, conspiracy type thinking. So if people are becoming more religious in their content and they're citing scripture,
Mm-hmm.
because it's so abstract and open to interpretation,
Yes.
they haven't got like scientific or other ways of explaining things. So now they're kind of going off into. I don't mean to be like derogatory towards religious people. I don't mean it like that at all. But it just means that you're gonna have a mixture of opinions and ideas coming out.
Well, I would like to share my opinion and my observations as it pertains to the two beasts in Revelations.
The beast.
Yes. Well, the first beast, I guess it's what John, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's John who writes this. Somebody writes this. And I saw a beast rising out of the sea with 10 horns and 7 heads with 10 crowns. And let's see, it's blasphemous names on its head. And the beast that I saw was like a leopard. Its feet were like bears, and its mouth was like a lion's mouth. A little bit cattish, huh? Like females, maybe? A little catty?
Yeah, I mean, 7.
Hold on.
Wait,
7,
10 pairs of horns or 10 horns and 7
10
heads.
horns,
So we've got
7
an
heads.
uneven. So we've got an uneven distribution of horns.
Yes.
7 heads, 7 sins. I don't know.
I just see 7 heads of a hydra.
Yeah.
Hello, Primo. Good to see
See
you.
how real time there I am trying to make connections. It's like,
yes.
Huh? 7 days of the week. What?
Well, we have, let's see, and its mouth was like a lion's mouth. So, let's see, and to it, the dragon gave his power and his throne and great authority. So the dragon is Satan. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed. And the whole earth marveled, and they followed the beast, and they worshipped the dragon. See, to me, the dragon seems a lot like women.
What's the connection with dragon and Satan?
Satan is the dragon, apparently.
But why? Why can't they just say Satan?
I don't know. And they worshipped the dragon, for it had given his authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who can fight against it?" So, the second beast. And when I saw another beast rising out of the earth, it had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It exercised all authority of the first beast and in its presence, and made the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose mortal wound was healed. So if the first beast was feminism, the second beast, I think, is psychology field. And it just so happens that we have a representative from said field with 2 horns.
What? You stitched me up.
Well, I need it. I mean, because the way I look at it, it's like the first beast is the Antichrist. Feminism is very Antichrist. And the psychology field as a whole gives feminism its power. It makes people worship the woman, the crown, the queens of our society. Like, come on.
Right. Disclaimer time. This ain't my doing.
No. I mean, you have never once tried to
listen.
convince me to worship a feminist. So the Antichrist, a false prophet of evil who will... Oh, right now I'm reading from Nelson's Illustrated Bible Dictionary. I like this thing. From what I can tell, it was written solely by men. All its contributors are men, so I don't see any feminist contribution in here. But the false prophet, the Antichrist, the false prophet and the evil being who will set himself up against Christ and the people of God in the last days before the second coming. The term is used only in the writings of John and in the New Testament. It refers to the one who stands in opposition to all that Jesus Christ presents. John wrote that several antichrists existed already in his day, false teachers who denied the deity and the incarnation of Christ. But the supreme antichrist of history would appear in the future time. The antichrist's primary work is deception.
Right, deception. Okay, sorry. I was going to apologize and be like, I'm already sort of like, what? Where the fuck is this going?
Yeah, the Antichrist's primary work is deception, which also characterizes Satan in his attempts to undermine the work of God and the world. Satan's deception begins in the Garden of Eden. But the Antichrist of feminism, its primary modus operandi is deception. And I think it uses the second beast, the psychology field, as a tool to make people submit to the tyrannical matriarchy. What say you, speaker of second beast?
Modus operandi, not cool. Means to an end, maybe yes.
Yes.
So deception in of itself wouldn't be the goal. It would be the tool to achieve a goal.
Yes.
But if I apologize now, and if you're gonna be talking religion, I'll apologize in advance. But I'm gonna like not zone out, but I'm gonna be lost. I'm gonna be like, what the Jesus, Antichrist, huh? Realms of it's just like it's how you got an immune system for femininity. Like it's kind of like an immune system to religious. Not that I don't like religion, but it's like off I go into another world, and it's like whoa, where I'm very disorientated. So it's hard for me to be like, huh? The 7 layers of hell against what? Purgatory, limbo?
No. Just the Antichrist and the feminist art of deception.
Other Jesuses or something like this. It's just like I don't see any of this in real life. For all I know, this could be just someone who was very high at the time and was writing children's stories.
Okay, well, it's true. In the world today, that feminism is an antichrist. And the psychology it's using psychology to
Yeah.
act.
So that's for me. Yeah. So now I can like, okay, right. I got like a bridge, a conduit there. Like, okay, I can
Yes,
understand feminism. I can understand how it's working in anti-religious sort of ways.
yes.
But in terms of actually understanding what the religion is, all right, now because now So I'm just saying that in case I just don't know. I have no one's like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Hmm.
Yeah, really, you're not listening. It's like, yeah, I know. That's because you're talking like it's like another language to me almost.
Yes.
And in a way, that can serve well for deception because I'm too busy trying to translate, and you could just be feeding me some sort of rhetoric, and I'll just nod along and go, "Oh, okay, if you say so." There was a
Mm.
dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. Oh, all right, okay, I'll start to believe it then.
Well, no, the beast is definitely feminist. The feminist cult. They all wear crowns because they're queens or what have you. But that is definitely one of the beasts in Revelations. It's this feminist cult that is the largest cult in our society that is literally destroying it. That I know to be true.
Yeah. Now I could be a kind of bit of a Scrooge of sorts and be like, yeah, it's gonna we're gonna end into that debate of ours where it's like, is it feminism or is it just narcissism? Because from my biased perspective, it will be like, well, feminists are basically adopting narcissistic principles to get what they want. So
Mm.
you can see the same kind of patterns of behavior from non-feminists.
Which ones?
Well, in particular, like for example, the realm of narcissism. I'll be like, hang on, you like if I was talking about narcissism
Mm-hmm.
without even thinking about feminism, you'd be like, hey, that sounds a lot like feminism.
Mm-hmm.
And likewise, vice versa, when you're talking about feminism, I'm going, yeah, I've seen a lot of that in the narcissistic kind of literature.
Mm-hmm.
So which is it? Are they one and the same?
I think feminism gave birth to narcissism.
See, that's what you'll say from your biased perspective. But I'd be like,
Yes.
well, narcissism has been, unless you're going to say feminism has been around since the dawn of time or the dawn
Yes.
of humanity, evolution.
Mm.
Uh, but my argument would be like,
Lying, deceptive women have definitely been around since the dawn of time.
I mean, it's going to put a thorn, maybe not a thorn in your side, but it's going to be a bit of an anticlimax if I turn around and said to you, yeah, but feminism is basically a communal narcissist. It's the
Mm-hmm.
narcissist that wants to be part of that uses a community, so it has to have some kind of like banner, and in this case, it's the feminism banner. But you see the same thing with the religious narcissist or the spiritual narcissist. These are
Mm-hmm.
all subtypes of communal narcissism.
I mean, the feminist is the vulnerable narcissist, for sure.
Well, they'll have
The perfect Schrodinger's feminist of the victim.
you'll have a bunch of vulnerable covert, underneath the radar kind of thing, and there'll be a
Yes.
few more outspoken, prominent, grandiose leaning. But if
Mm.
we refer back to the studies on narcissism, all types of narcissism encapsulate both vulnerable and grandiose. You don't
Mm.
just have a pure through and through vulnerable narcissist. There'll be
Right.
times when that vulnerable narcissist has to assert themselves. Otherwise, they're not really going to get what they want.
Right.
You can fly underneath the radar and be all sly and coy all day long. At some point, you've got to do your power move. So at that moment, they switch it into their grandiose state. And
Mm.
likewise with the grandiose narcissist, who's predominantly grandiose, there'll be times when they're catching too much attention. They're getting exposed, and so they have to retreat, and they retreat into vulnerability or retreat into covert behaviors.
Well, I've been peering into these narcissistic, these feminist cults that are creating more divorce coaches. It's been very interesting.
Like divorce coaches. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a branch of the just general narcissistic abuse recovery mental
Yes.
coach. That's the kind of zone I'm supposed to be fulfilling.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also a kind of in relation to the general sort of love and light spirituality type of healing,
Mm.
the meditating kind of woo-woo stuff.
Well, these toxically terrible fucking feminist mothers are part of the love and light cult.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually
So
saw one.
their gimmick or their feature that is meant to help make them stand out from the rest
Mm-hmm.
is the angle of divorce coach legality, courts.
Yes. Well, this particular divorce coach, Sarah Davison, posted something earlier today that was really, I mean, at first I was like, oh, yay, she's talking about being a mother. But then she's talking about the kind of mother she's claims is her fucking job to be, which I don't fully think is the correct. And it could be my bias, because I am definitely completely fucking biased, but I don't think that as a feminist you should be making your son pay for the sins, well, perceived sins of the father.
Probably, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Probably more than just perceived sins of the father, but just the whipping boy in general.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a job of a mother to create a man or nurture a man that is not going to be able to defend himself from abusive women. And that's kind of the flavor I got from this one here. Hold on, let me find it. Where are you? Hold on.
Yeah, I can sort of sense like you're looking for Exhibit A.
Exhibit. Exhibit to this feminist cult. Starting with raising my son to be a man your daughter doesn't have to recover from.
Well, that doesn't really. I mean, I've got a daughter, and that doesn't make me feel reassured or like yay or anything. You know, I'm just like that sounds pretty like as a one sentence liner thing. That sounds pretty bad. There's quite a lot going on there.
Yeah.
In just that one statement. I mean, it's got a big heart in the background as well, so it's all kind of fluffed up and like a couple of stars in the corner make it all mystical and tap into your emotional sides. So before you even read it, you're already kind of like, just looking at it as visual. You're like, oh, this is some sort of emotional lovey-dovey love and light shit.
Yes.
What does it have to say? Raising my son. Okay, so immediate virtue signal, preach advertising. It actually kind of says more about its self-promotion rather. It's the son is the product, and she's saying like, look what I've done, like raising my son to be the man. What he's going to be a man thanks to her. So she makes men. She turns boys into men. He's got no agency of his own. He's just a piece of plasticine or Play-Doh or something. She's going to mold him to be a man. Well, where's the father in this then? Because she's saying my son. She's
Yeah, my
excluded.
son.
She's
Yes.
excluded the father from that sentence.
Yes. Hello, Rusty. Rusty, you're a biblical scholar, says Johnny.
Hey there, Rusty. And everyone else in the chat. I see Johnny there and Freebird. I don't know who else is here.
JR. Primo. Good to see you. So, yes, raising my son to be a man your daughter doesn't have to recover from.
Oh, yeah. But go back. So I want to like dissect that microscopically, if possible. So raising my son to be, really, it should say my man, because that's what, because her man's gone. We can already tell that there is no dad here. So her man's gone. She's going to raise the son to be his replacement, so a son husband. A son, how she envisions a man should be. Not allowing the son to have any, I already said, like his own autonomy, but his own say in the matter, his own choosing what he wants to be in life. So this is going to be like a double-edged sword here, because in a way she's removing the responsibility. Like, he could turn out to be an asshole, and the son's excuse could be like, well, I've had my responsibility of my own self-development. Like, my mum is responsible for shaping me up to be a man, so if I turn out to be a jerk, that's not my fault, it's my mum's fault for doing it. But you know how these people are. If that were to happen, he ends up being a jerk. She's not going to take responsibility and be like, I failed as a mother. She's just going to blame the boy and be like, he was rebellious and defiant and wouldn't listen. If only he listened to me, he wouldn't have been like that.
Right.
So she wants it she only wants the positivity. She only wants it when it works in her favor. So he really is being used. I'm not sure what the best kind of like adjective would be, but like sort of in servitude, like a slave in servitude. Be it if it feeds into her virtue self-promotion, which he's hoping for. Because if he were to shine as a man and do very well, she's going to cream off the top and say, well, that's thanks to me. And if it doesn't go well, then she'll dissociate, discard, and still shine. She'll still profiteer out of it. So her son is a commodity. He's been dehumanized before he's even been given a chance.
Yeah.
And he's not allowed to be the captain of his own ship or any of that. So I'm not sure how old the son is here. I don't know if there's any other siblings or anything like that.
Nope, just one.
But on the whole, and as a generalization, this is self-promotion, self-absorbed, inconsiderate, selfish, and that kind of stuff, like abuse. I don't want to go too far into saying it's abusive. It'd be nice if there were other kind of things you can bolt on. Right, the next part, for the daughter that does, your daughter doesn't have to recover from. So she's detaching any responsibility on her end, on the girl's end, and probably herself. It's like, my husband left. It wasn't anything to do with me. I'm a victim in all this. I've got no responsibility. Blame it all on the man. He's a piece of shit, and I've had to recover from it. I know the pain, and your daughter will also experience the pain that I've had to go through. so it's victimizing young, like she's already victimized my daughter before my daughter's even been in a relationship.
Mhm.
She's already saying, like, she's trying to put a spin on it as in like, well, hopefully this will never happen to your kid, but simultaneously is saying that your daughter is already a bit of a victim, and you better hope she doesn't. You better hope she meets someone like her son, thanks to her raising that boy, so that she doesn't have to go through the trauma and have to recover. But it takes two to tango.
Mhm.
So if you're involved with someone who's unhealthy, toxic, there are issues with yourself.
Mm.
And this is what she was excluding from the first part of the sentence, where we discover that she hasn't got a husband or a father for the boy, is that she's clean. She's absolved herself of any accountability.
Yeah, I've listened to a ton of her content. Like she was like her pet psycho, her son's dad. She is villainizing 100%, and she's the perfect fucking victim.
Right. There we go. I haven't listened to
He
any of her
catapulted her out of their marriage. Like,
right. And you can also sort of tell this before even reading it with the stupid heart in the background.
yeah, it's a broken heart, broken up heart.
Is that a broken heart? Oh, I thought it was like, I don't know, butterflies or something, or fairy lights or something. Something's, I
No,
don't know,
it's not a
something
solid
dainty.
heart.
But it's meant to kind of convey like things like softness, and with that like a vulnerability.
Mm.
So it's feeding into this narrative. And if we're talking about narcissist, is this a narcissistic coach?
Yes, divorcing a
So
narcissist coach.
narcissism, one of the big kind of key aspects when you consider about narcissism, especially if you want to start comparing it with borderlines, is that for the narcissist, it's about appearance, it's about fakery, it's about illusion, it's about creating image. So with that kind of definition or context, when you're looking at this, you see an advert, you see a promotion, you see something that's not realistic, not accurate, not a true depiction of reality. You were talking about deception earlier. You see,
Yes.
this is deception
Mm-hmm.
in front of you.
Yep.
She's
Well,
trying to
it's a
lead you.
feminist.
Yeah, she's trying to lead you into your emotions, because she knows if you're led into your emotions, you will not do your diligence. You will not be critically thinking.
Mm.
You'll be asleep at the wheel. And then this imagery and the way it's the sound of this wording will lull you into like a kind of trance, not really a trance, but into a
Genjutsu.
Jinjitsu.
Genjutsu. It's a Naruto thing.
All right. But
Naruto fans, you know what a genjutsu is,
some
right?
people might say it's like spell binding or like
Yes.
or sorcery, but
Yes. Witchcraft.
but it's a realm of your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in your fifis,
Mm-hmm.
and if successful, if that were to happen, you're complacent, then this wording would not be picked up. You would just accept it at face value. And that's kind of like one of the another trick of the narcissist, is to try and trick you to just accept what you're being told. Do not question, just take orders. Just do as I say, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Don't be doing any of that thinking stuff.
Yeah.
Then sign up to my course and you get your free coaching or whatever it is.
Mm. No, let me help you turn your pain into power.
Yeah.
Let me show you how.
And this also is this might sound a bit cruel, but try not to think of it as like sucky terrible. But sometimes a bit of trauma or needing to do a bit of recovery work is a good thing. So if your daughter does end up with someone toxic or abusive or something like that, provided she comes out unscathed, and she might be crying, she might be a bit insecure, she might have a bit of trust issues. Okay, with the right kind of attentiveness, you grow from it.
Mm-hmm.
Look how many guys go through these. I mean, I know a lot. I deal with narcissistic abuse, so a lot of trauma. A lot of people that go through it, they come provided they do the work. If the daughter is willing to do the work, she'll come out stronger. She'll know better next time. So in some ways, it's that lesson of like, it's better to love and loss than to never love at all, or like have a it's good to have a bit of rejection, a bit of failure, so then you know what it means to be, well, what it takes and what it means to be successful or achieve. Because if she if and this could be reversed around, it could be like the son. If there was never any like injury or strife or pain, then you could take things for granted.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a personal level, like I said, I've got a daughter. I'm not too worried if she were to get into something that she would air quote need to recover from, because it'd be like, it's sort of past tense. You've
Mm-hmm.
recovered.
Yeah.
It's behind you. Look where you are now. Have you learnt anything? Because if not, get ready. Life is gonna teach you the same lesson until you get it.
Yep.
You know. But to deny life itself in such a way where you bubble wrap children or other people and be like, no, I have to protect you because you might be injured. Then I was having this conversation earlier with my kid actually about winning and losing, um, because winners, or a successful relationship in this case, if it's continuous, like every day the same, they get a McDonald's every day, they get bored about it. It's taken for granted. It's not really special anymore. The relationship isn't special because you haven't got a contrast of pain and suffering to know what special even means. To you, it's just normal. It's mundane. So people who always win or get what they want are quite often very bored. They're very mediocre, and they get upset over the littlest of things
Mm-hmm.
because they haven't built up any resilience. Whereas people who are more like they've experienced loss and failure and disappointment, they know about delayed gratification. They learn about sacrifice because they don't get McDonald's every day. They know they have to hold up. Like how many I said this to her. She failed this question. How many times is there Christmas during the year? And she tried to say 10,000. I was like, no. As I said, how many times do you have a birthday every year? You know. So she kind of twigs like, oh, once. I was like, right, one time, one day every year, and that's why it's special, because you've had to sacrifice. You've had to be patient, learn what it means to hold out until that day comes. But if it's your birthday every day, you're going to be sick of cake after a while. Or if it's Christmas every day, you're going to be sick and tired of Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe this is more of a maybe I'm digressing from
Yeah.
what the thing is saying here.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is that winning and losing and pain or pain avoidance
Mm-hmm.
is part of this idea of relationships. It's okay to have a relationship that fails.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's just part of life.
Yeah.
What matters is not so much the preventative measures, but it's how responsible and attentive you are, and self-aware, and how much responsibility you want to take on in managing these things. But this coach is, in a way, sticking her beak into things and is becoming the love doctor. It's like, get out of the bedroom. You know, that's not really your domain. Yes, educate people like I am educating everyone and provide, and every one of you is also educating whoever it is in your circles. But know the boundaries. And this person here is stepping over the boundaries. She's stepping over my boundaries, talking about my daughter. She's never met me. She doesn't know who but
I know. What she's raising her son to be is for your daughter, Billy.
Yeah. And it's like, screw you. Stay out. I don't want her intervention.
Oh no, you should.
My daughter, I'll be raising in such a way that she can select her own mate. Which makes this mother of this son, in a way, irrelevant. Because my daughter will hopefully have the ability to make wiser decisions in her selection process. So the boy doesn't need to be raised in a particular way just so that my girl can feel like a princess.
Right.
She needs this. I want her to have the skill set to differentiate between good people and bad people, and see the spectrum of in between.
Listen to this though. As a single mom, my goal is to raise my son to be a man your daughter won't have to recover from, modeling kindness, empathy, and respect in interactions, teaching him to mirror these values. Emotional intelligence is essential. So she's trying to raise a little girl. Like kindness and empathy first and foremost.
Yeah, this is toxic.
That's not
the
good.
manner it's being deployed is toxic. She's taking buzzwords and she's bastardizing them.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff irks me. You're going to get me triggered here in a minute.
Sorry, it's your torture time, Billy. But modeling kindness, empathy, and respect. Like, first and foremost, it should be fucking integrity. Like, period, the end. Just
So teaching
integrity.
You model, it's kind of like you do it without effort. So if you're modeling it by like emphasizing, you're kind of being disingenuous when you do it. So what you're really teaching is how to fake kindness, how to fake empathy, and how to fake respect in the interactions. And yes, she's teaching him how to be a wimp, how to be a doormat, is what we would say.
Doormat, yes. A punching bag.
Yeah. No, but a punching bag is someone you take your frustrations, your anger out on. But a doormat is someone you wipe your feet on.
Well, encouraging open emotional expression to help him develop empathy and build meaningful relationships.
All right, what you're seeing here is how we explain, how do you tell when a narcissist is truly empathetic? Because there are different types of empathy, and narcissists in particular fail because they lack the emotional understanding. So they know cognitively what they need to say. They know they need to be polite. They know they need to say things like lovey-dovey, love and light. This is the same problem with the love and light people, is they know the right words. They know how you would react logically. And if I was to insult you and disrespect, if I was to make upset you, they understand that would cause you to maybe cry or be emotional, boohoo or whatever, sad face. But they don't have the emotional understanding to go with it, like the emotional literacy. She mentions that here. But she's committing this sin in a way. She's making this. She doesn't have the self-awareness to realize that people like myself can see through the BS. So I can tell that there is no emotional understanding behind the words that she's saying. She's just saying it because it's like not people pleasing. It's lip service. It's she knows it's ticking the right boxes. It makes her con passable to the layman who wouldn't know better. So this isn't being targeted at people like myself because I'll be too onto her. She's not really interested in baiting people like me. She's looking for the no offense, but she's looking for the suckers who won't question or pause for thought and would just be they want to be swept off their feet. So they're already kind of primed in a way to be taken advantage of. She's just helping them along the way there. And on top of what we're saying here, not only is she creating a doormat of a boy who potentially would be a husband or a father later on down the road, but she's conditioning him to tolerate any abuse the female in his life may cause him, and take on the responsibility for her emotions and behaviors. Because he's going to learn that if he's being abused, oh, remember, son, you're meant to be kindness. You're meant to have empathy. You're meant to have respect. There's no element of, because to say, son, you need to stand up for yourself and punch back now and again doesn't sound nice. Makes him sound violent. But it's boundaries, but it's kind of like yin and yang. You would have more respect for someone who is able to handle both sides than is pure angel. If someone is pure and angelic and angel-like, don't trust them.
Yeah.
So she's trying to make her son into this kind of angelic. There's nothing wrong with him. That means that's a red flag.
Yeah, she needs to get him in a gym. Hopefully he's doing boxing or something, martial art wise.
Right. That's much more of a measure of a man when he has the potential to do harm, but he chooses not to. That's self-control.
And discipline. I don't see anything about discipline. So
right.
I mean, I see
that. Because if she was sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
She says, with key values like honesty and loyalty, thoughtfulness and kindness, you can raise a respectful and empathetic young man who will form healthy, respectful relationships, contributing to a more compassionate society. Like when I read that, like it sounds like she's trying to raise a male feminist.
Worse than that.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for this boy because he's being psychologically murdered in this process. He doesn't exist as his own person. So yes, it's good to sort of teach values and share traditions and things like that. That helps to create a continuum. That helps to form a base of a sense of identity, like culture and things like that. It helps to, and from a sense of identity, you could build a sense of esteem. But we already know that this is not in good faith. So, because it's one thing to teach values, but and have traditions in the family or something like that. Now, some families, this is a bit of a kind of gray area, but I'll just use it from my own personal perspective. I can teach my kid what I believe would be good values for her. I would like her to be able to make her own choice as she gets older. Maybe she might have some new values of her own. Maybe she might want to get rid of some of my the values that I try to pass down to her. The point I'm making is that it's her life, not my life. So I want her to create her. It's not like I'm passing on my legacy. No, it's her legacy. It's up to her what she does. I'm not wanting to. This is kind of like the problem of vicariously living with your children or trying to turn them into trophies and virtue signal using your kids as a proxy. It's as her father. It's my I gift her, but it's up to her whether or not she wants to. And I don't want to hold that against her and be like, "How dare you decide to, I don't know, have a name change, or how dare you decide to not continue in the field of psychology because I." It's up to her.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
so
this part, emphasizing accountability and responsibility, helping him to understand the consequences of his actions and take responsibility for his mistake. I have yet to hear in any of her many videos, many talks. I've listened to so many of her talks with other people while she's pandering, proselytizing her fucking divorce coach training program. I never once heard her take any fucking responsibility for her failed marriage. Once.
right, no,
It was all her husband's fault.
yeah, and I think we can all sort of sense like, yeah, he's the one. Well, that's because
He's a narcissist. I'm good, he's bad. Like,
yeah, and I mean, this wouldn't register in the author's mind here because it's like, well, that's how it's supposed to be. The man is supposed to be responsible for everything, and I'm the victim, and I'm the woman, and I get away with what I like. What's the problem? The problem isn't me. The problem here is you're the one with the issue here. So this isn't gonna, unless someone was to, like, maybe she was to stumble upon this stream and hear us talk about it, then she would twig like, oh shit, I sound like a very one-sided dominatrix who is avoiding accountability. But then she'd fake it. She'd be like, oh yes, I'm not perfect, I'm only human, I make mistakes. So again, you need that kind of level of emotional understanding to know that you're being hoodwinked. But yeah, like, well observed and well pointed out, is like the boy needs to grow up in such a way where he feels responsible for things that aren't his responsibility. Because
people's emotions. Yeah, it's a big one.
It's all, everyone says this sort of thing, like how everyone needs to take on some responsibility. It's a double-edged sword again, where one of the things of responsibility is knowing when something is not your responsibility. So this kid is going to grow up with an ultra low sense of self-esteem. They're going to think everything is their fault. They can never make the woman happy. She treats him like shit and he deserves it.
Right.
She gets off scot-free. So he's going to have a big level of resentment brewing inside him. He's going to feel powerless. He's not, and if he were to push back, he would carry guilt because he's being raised to feel beneath or less than. So it's like, if that's how you've been nurtured to grow with a belief structure, you would, in the act of you trying to defend yourself, you wouldn't see it as you doing something for that would really be a moment of true self-esteem kicking in, saying, hey, my man, don't allow this to happen. But he won't recognize it because he's got the way he's identified his self-esteem is toxic. He'll be like, oh my God, there's this part of me that is defiant and rebellious. It's evil. It's fighting back. It's like, yeah, that's a good thing, but he won't recognize it, and he will try to bottle that down or disassociate from or split from that even more. So he's on a dangerous path of splitting and choosing to identify with toxicity, the opposite of what he should, or what would really help him out. So this is what I'm saying. Like, he's been bred for servitude, for exploitation, for utility.
Mhm.
He's been murdered.
Well, he's being raised by feminists. Of course, she's going to raise a slave to the matriarchy.
Right. He is an embodiment of sacrifice.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he's got nothing. Like, what else? What does he have left to give? And it's down to the point of like his soul, his entire being, all the potential. Like, he is just a walking blood bank. Like, people talk about walking ATM. It's more than just an ATM. I mean, this could send him to do things like, if he's presumably, like, he'll become a heavy codependent. So he'll be more inclined to break the law or do things, like frowned upon, like a henchman or a flying monkey, in order to make his queen happy, because he's chasing after his identity. He's chasing after his self-esteem, which is being held captive by whatever potential future daughter he may encounter. He really is at the mercy. And Mummy Dearest there doesn't see any of this. So yeah, like the mother here not only is doing all this shit to her son, but she's encouraging the females to become more abusive, to become more exploitative. She's okaying it. She's saying to the girls, that, hey, don't worry, you don't need to be accountable, you don't need to be responsible. It's all right to be abusive to men. That's what they're supposed to take it. In fact, you'd be doing a disservice to your man if you weren't abusing him.
Yeah.
Because his job is there to be abused. If the man is being treated well, then you, my dear daughter, are failing. You are doing yourself a disservice by allowing him to have a happy life. So this is kind of like a two-prong assault, or like the seesaw is, or the pendulum is heavily at one end.
Yeah. Well, she does have a new, I wonder what it is. Join my brand new coaching support community.
Go
What?
Go back. Please go back.
You're not done?
I'm not done.
Okay.
Because there's a word there.
This is a slow boil in the volcano.
The last paragraph, with key values like honesty. And honesty is already a fake, because there is no honesty here. There will be inauthenticity. There will be dishonesty. What will end up happening is the boy will learn to do counter manipulation just to survive.
No, she's literally raising a woman, like a toxically feminine male, because that's gonna be his only way to survive, is learn the tactics, play the game with mommy, like, so and it's literally gonna create the kind of man that she fucking hated.
Yeah, like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It is.
So, like, instill the values of honesty. You know, with that would be like things like integrity. Well, there won't be that.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
won't be integrity.
They'll be unable to be honest, because if he were to speak honestly, he might turn around and say, "Mum, you're a fucking bitch, and what the hell have you
Right.
done?" You know, so
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not allowed. He has to. He's learned before this honesty. He's been told to take on the responsibility of the
Of
other.
the emotions. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, not just the emotions, but for actions as well. Like if the mother does something crazy, he'll feel like it's his fault, and he's somehow let her down, and this is why mum's acting out.
Yeah.
He's the caretaker, so he's become parentified.
Mm.
The mother and potential future partners and spouses, they've been infantilized. Children like to get away with whatever they can. So mum there and daughters are being given the opportunity for easy street. The guy is the one who's going to have to run around chasing after them and fixing things.
Mm.
Um, so there's no way there's going to be honesty going on.
Right.
Again, this is deception again. But the next word, loyalty.
Hmm. Well, because her son's dad apparently cheated on her with somebody else.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
maybe good for him. Like, we don't know. Maybe maybe he was an asshole. Maybe she is a true victim, and maybe she has some legit claims. But I wouldn't be surprised if the man. All right, it sounds a bit. There is some people talk about and study, like, why is it not surprising that codependent or partners of narcissists, why is it they cheat? It's because like things like their emotional needs aren't being met, or their
Right.
sexual needs aren't being met. And sometimes narcissists actually not promote, but they encourage their partners to cheat, because if your slave is being mistreated and is no longer as efficient or outputting, they're no longer a good slave, because their own personal issues are getting in the way of their duties. That a narcissist might turn around and be like, you know what, I want you to cheat so that you can come back happy and come back being a good slave. It's kind of like when their partner gets sick. Narcissists don't want to have to deal with sick slaves. So it's like, right, you go to the hospital, get yourself fixed up. I don't want to have to bring you chicken noodle soup. Come back when you're recovered and get back to doing your servitude. Don't worry about the narcissist, because chances are the narcissist has other secondary supply, other people in the harem that will fill in the role in your absence. So while they encourage their partner to cheat, the narcissist might be cheating as well. So they don't necessarily hold the cheating against the partner. They see it as part of the maintenance in a way.
Mm. What I didn't like about her story is it sounded like it was work related. They both had a business together. They had 200 employees. Like the cheating happened with work stuff. It's like, where was the holding the woman who was going after your married husband accountable? Like, there wasn't any of that.
It depends. If we're dealing with heavily narcissistic traits and type people, then the primary, like the wife, the primary control abuser can look at the what do you call it, the cheating. You got the husband cheating the side chick. She can
Mm.
look at the side chick as beneath her. So it's like, all right, you're sleeping with my man. All right, I need him to sleep with you because I need him to get back to work for me. Um, so in a way, you're actually doing me a bit of being a side chick. You're actually kind of like one of my employees here, because you're like my mechanic trying to fix my car for me. You sort of are doing me a favor, provided the husband comes back and does his job, you know. If he runs off completely, okay, that's a different sort of scenario.
Yeah.
But
Well,
in the
she said she only found out because she came home from a business trip, and I guess she left some shit at her house that she found.
yeah, but I was gonna like I'm kind of going off into like a
Yeah, a little bit.
because what I was gonna say is that this could have been his chance. Like she's blaming him for not being loyal, when in reality, what might be happening is he ran for his life. This is his chance for freedom, like to go MGTOW or something.
I know. Trade up for a 12-year younger than her non-feminist.
Yeah, so I mean, he might be making a well. The thing is, because none the wiser, he doesn't realize that he's jumping from one toxic bed into another. But it's kind of like, yeah, but the primary was a bed of nails. It was a coffin. Like any bed would be better than this. So if he is a codependent, for example, like in this scenario, he might not be able to go independently. And we see this not just with couples, but we see this with friendships and groups where you leave one community and you don't like rebound relationships. There isn't a time like they go from one relationship straight into another relationship. That's unhealthy. You need time to decompress, to grieve, to go to process. People do that with communities as well. They'll jump from one community, it'll drive them nuts or whatever. They don't have any time to themselves. They look for another another bed to jump to, who isn't like they're not. The new partner doesn't know about the backstory, so it's just repeating the cycle with a fresh start. But him leaving could be a sign of his distress. This primary woman wife person is saying that he's not loyal. He betrayed me. So she wants her son here, growing up, to learn how to be loyal. Sounds wonderful. Loyalty, everything. Oh, loyalty. I got you. Watch my back. I got yours. Yeah, bros before hoes and all this sort of stuff. But everything could be used against you. So it's like a preemptive measure she's trying to instill into her son, which is like, take the abuse, be a doormat, be a punch bag, but do not ever dare think about escaping or self-preservation, because if you do, you are being disloyal. For you to derive a sense of self-esteem, to feel good about yourself, you have to tolerate and put up with the abuse. This means you have to be loyal. If you want to feel good, you have to be loyal. Even if it kills you. Until death do us part, don't you forget. That kind of sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, but this bitch is killing me. It's like, well,
yeah, I'd just like to see this kid in the future. I mean, once he turns 18, I guess the world will know how what kind of a hopefully successful member of society she created. This doesn't look good though.
It's no. So with key values like honesty and loyalty, thoughtfulness and kindness, you can raise a respectful and empathetic young man.
I hate the word empathy. I think because all these love and light crazy fucking bitches use it, and they don't really mean that.
Yeah, they don't have the emotional. I'll get to the empathy bit in a second, but
hold on, Billy. Keep talking. I'll be right back. I can still hear.
You off you go. You go get something to eat.
I'm gonna go get a snack. Actually, funny story.
There you go.
It's popcorn time.
We'll be here for a while. Okay.
I know.
So you can raise a respectful. So no, you can. So provided you the client, I suppose, or the customer, invest and you go on this course, then the potential is there for you. And it's sort of like this is the way to do it, because if you don't go on the course, it's a little bit like fear mongering. It's like, but I want a respectful child, right? It's like, well, then you're going to have this training for that to happen. So it's like, you mean I can't teach my child respect any other way? It has to be through your courses. It's like, well, and by respectful, this is puppetry. This is he'll know the etiquette. He won't have the understanding or the like the motivation of his own volition. He'll just know that, oh, it's like having, he's got a hand up his ass, and he's having to provide lip service. So he's an extension of someone of the parent. He might indeed be respectful, but if he's got all this emotional turmoil going on inside, it's a kind of respect. It's not being done out of a desire of his own choosing. It's more in terms of out of control. Because you can choose whether you want to be like normally. For normal people, you can choose when you want to be polite to someone, and when you want to compliment them, and when you want to show them a little bit of extra respect or acknowledgement. So it's voluntary. You've chosen to do this, and likewise, you can choose to be disrespectful. But he's not learning this this differentiation. Or not really the differentiation. He's not really learning the what's the fancy word? I don't know. Think of a suitable word. He's being respectful out of a reactionary instinct, kind of like a hedging your bets, a calculating measure. It's a maneuver of sorts, and probably stemming, given the other baggage we're talking about, from a place of anxiety and fear, because he needs to act appropriately, otherwise he's going to probably get his butt kicked, or into emotional pain for being disobedient, for being defiant, for not twirling like a ballerina. So when narcissists raise their children, they create a split in their children. The authentic, the true self is rejected, and in its place is the fake self. The fake self, the inauthentic self, is what is behind the mask. That's the mask that you hear about when people's mask drops. The mask is not the false self itself. The mask is covering what's behind it, which is the false self. Okay, I hope that makes sense, right? The mask is covering the false self behind it. Behind that is the truer self. But so this process of trying to be respectful, given what we know, is wait, what was I saying about the? Oh wait, so when the narcissist, when the child of the narcissist gets to that fork in the road, when they have to make that hard, painful decision of abandoning their true self, they do so, and they go towards the fake self. They learn that, one, I'm not accepted for who I am, and instead I'm only accepted for being a performer. I'm on stage, I play a role, I have to act, I have to look good, I have to be shiny, I am faking it, I'm a performer. So everything is kind of disingenuous. So So if you're going to go on to be air quotes respectful, it's a performative form of respect. It's not a true from a heartfelt form. It's not like I truly do actually respect you. I have admiration for you. I'm inspired by you. That kind of thing. None of that. It's no. I know I need to salute because that's what I've been told to do. And if I don't, I know I'll get my butt kicked. So it's kind of like a hollow form of respect. It's like you're just saying hi to me because you have to say hi. You don't actually mean any of it. I know you hate me deep down, you know. So all right, let's move on to the empathetic part. Now, without a proper sense of self, the self is like a container. You can't have empathy. How can you have empathy for someone else if you're too busy worrying about your own survival? So before you can have empathy, you need to have some level of security. You need to have some level of self-esteem and identity and self-awareness. You need to realize that there are other people on the planet besides yourself. But before you can do that, you need to know that I am a self. I am a person. But if you've got a kid who's growing up and they've detached from their true self, in its place, they've inserted this fake version, which isn't real. It's a fake, it's a fabrication, it's a performer, it's an actor, and they're calling that their true self. Then there's no way you're going to have genuine empathy. So you can't have an empathetic young man. What you'll have is a fraud. You'll have someone who might think they're being empathetic. What you're probably going to have is someone who's more like BPD, highly emotional, off like like if they're leaning into sort of lovey-dovey stuff, they'll be like, "Oh, you're my soulmate. You're my twin flame. Oh, we are one. Oh, I love you so." You know, from beyond the death. Never mind death to I'll love you for eternity. And I'll rip out my own heart for you. You know, over the top, like Jesus Christ, my man. Like, get a grip. They're writing love songs. I'm crying at every movie. Oh, Titanic. Oh, yes. Oh, that's us. Oh, yes. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio and you're my Kate Winslet. And it's just like, fucking hell, man. Chill out. You know? Or they're the kind of guy that might be like, I'm gonna rent out a whole village and scatter rose petals all over the streets for my, you know, it's just like, whoa, all right, yeah, you're a simp and a half, you know, or whatever. It's just vomit inducing, and they will call that empathy. It's like, that's not empathy. That's you in on a roller coaster of emotions. You're in a manic or mania phase, and it becomes kind of like it'll probably end up triggering like addiction style behaviors where the rush of ecstasy, the love bomb, the idealization, there's only one way afterwards. It's going down. So things aren't what they used to be. You know, oh, remember, you start to romanticize and think back. Oh, remember when we were walking on the whatever on the stars? So you try to return, and this is where he'll have to outdo himself, trying to keep up with an illusion, essentially. It's messed up stuff. I mean, maybe I'm being I'm dramatizing, but or making it dramatic, but who knows what's going to end up like. This ain't healthy stuff. So he can't have empathy. Respectfulness is performative. Will form healthy relationships. Well, that's not going to be possible because he himself is not healthy. And if he's picking a partner who is going to be like, she will never have to recover because she's a princess and an angel and can never do wrong, that she is not healthy, and he is not healthy because he is identifying with someone who is compatible to make this regime viable. Sick people, it does have, like, sick people, unhealthy people don't normally team up with healthy people. It does happen, but you know, it's going to be strenuous. So couples, relationships generally, it's about compatibility. People are on the same kind of level with one another. So it doesn't necessarily mean that both sides have to be healthy for it to work. You could get two people who are both unhealthy and somehow they manage to make it work. But they need to be able to be compatible with one another. Otherwise, one will reject the other. So if he is unhealthy, there is no way that he's going to necessarily, well, not no way, but he's going to be looking for people in his class. He's going to be looking for equally fucked up people like he is. And she is going to be looking for equally fucked up people like she is. You know, one's going to probably, if you're talking about narcissistic dynamics, one will be the giver, one will be the taker. It's not saying that one is better than the other. They're both basically as bad as each other. Someone who's always taking isn't good. Someone who's always giving isn't good. But it doesn't mean that just because someone who's always taking, like, sometimes you do need to take. So that it's not like taking in of itself is a bad thing. But it's when things go to the extreme and there's no balance. And there's no balance in what's being described here with this course, where he has to do all the work and learn to be emotionally literate and have respect and loyalty. And what does she have to do? Fuck all. She's already perfect. If she is perfect, then by definition, again, this is with narcissism, a contrast. If she is perfect, he must be, by definition, imperfect. If she is good, he is automatically, by default, bad. If she is right, he must be wrong. You know, if he is right, that's like, well, now you're stepping out of line here. Get back on your square. You're being disobedient. And you're going to have to face, she mentions consequence somewhere. You're going to have face the consequence. You know, so he has to be prepared for punishment, and she's going to be willing to give it to him. But what about, where's the equality in this? And for the final sentence, contributing to a more compassionate society. Well, we know this is baloney. What she's also trying to teach here to her son is anticipation. He's going to have to walk on eggshells, second guessing what kind of mood the woman is in or his mum is in. Because this is part of the caretaking role, is to know when the patient needs their meds. You know, oh, I could tell, like I'm a diabetic. You've caught me out before when it's like you spotted that I was having a hypo before I even did a blood test. Right. So, and if you know what happens if I don't have the sugar, we know what's ahead.
Yeah.
So it's like, Billy, go off and have some sugar. Otherwise, consequence. This is what the son is going to have to do, which is like, oh, mum hasn't eaten today. She's going to be cranky. I better do some things in preparation to regulate her emotions. And same for if the boy ends up with a girlfriend or a wife, is to premeditate problems, walk on eggshells, because it'll be like anxiety inducing, because he'll never really be 100% sure. He might have it like figure, I think she would like she would like me to rub her feet tonight or something. And then he'll go to rub her feet and realize that no, because she's a bitch, she decides not to. She gets upset with me. She tells me to fuck off or whatever. So he's trying to be a people. He's trying to appease her, make sure that if as long as that she's happy, then he can be happy. He's not allowed to be happy unless she is happy. That would be a crime being committed. So he has to put her first. Ladies first, you know. So she's more
Happy
important.
wife, happy life.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he will be forever trying to make someone who, in a way, at their core, is discontent, is never happy, is never satisfied. Remember what I was saying about if you're always winning, it's always Christmas. You'll end up you'll become a grumpy, ungrateful, you know, whatever. So he can never win this. He is the best case scenario for him is being fed crumbs and holding on to. He'll have to become delusional, holding on to a belief that maybe one day she'll finally see me for who I truly am and accept me for the true me and not this performer, this idealized version, this someone else who I'm not. You know, so it's kind of Shakespearean tragedy in that sense. He will never the carrot, the proverbial carrot that's being dangled in front of him. He'll get it now and again. He'll be able to like maybe lick it for a brief moment to get a taste of carrot, just to keep him wanting more. But he'll never get it.
Yeah,
you know. And then eventually, old age, death, and all this. We kind of know what happens in the death side of things. Like even his dead body won't. You know, the woman will be. He'll still, his corpse will still serve a function to be exploited later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've run across quite a few men that have been raised like this, that the tyrannical matriarchy fucking ruined as far as men go. And these men have no idea how to even comport themselves. Like,
well,
they're so afraid of women and so conditioned to say the matriarchy's responses that like when you sit down with one and try to connect with them and talk to them, like just you saying anything against the matriarchy to begin with starts to make them super fucking uneasy.
Yeah.
Like it's so fucking weird. It's like these feminists ruin these men.
Yeah.
So bad.
And thanks to like evolution, I suppose, and culture, it's not a word normally they would use is like buttress, but it's one thing to target the man or any person. You could swap the genders around. To target a victim is one thing, but you'll notice there's like words like triangulation. So, and that's not for nothing, you know, because you need to work on his friends, his support network. You need to isolate him. You need to make him more vulnerable than he was already. You need to cripple him. You need to disable him. You need to cut off any avenues, or at least need to be able to control it. Like maybe he's got revenue, maybe he's got a job, so you need to be able to sort of keep tabs. You need to stalk, triangulate, isolate. You already smear his name. Like people talk about the smear campaign or secondary supply, you know, like the cheating partner. Those things, particularly those two things, were in the works long ago, way before you realized it. To be honest, you were already being smeared on day one of the relationship.
Go ahead.
You know, in a way, this writing from this coach if you wanted to, you could say there is a little sprinkling of a smear going on in this. She's sort of like talking out the side of her mouth, saying like, if not for my coaching and my parenting, my son would be a defiant. He would be evil. He would be not a good partner. So she's not giving any leeway or credence to the idea that, you know what, maybe your son has a good spirit or a good heart and he won't turn out to be a douchebag.
No, she's presupposing he is cursed with the original sin of being a man.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
yeah.
So she's running a smear campaign on him. And she's creating a problem to which she says that she is the solution.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm about done dissecting this one.
Are you sure? I don't think you went through every strand of DNA, so.
I don't know.
I mean, I figured we'd do a. No, it's. I laugh, but it's not really funny. What's going on in our society? But apparently, she has joined my brand new coaching support community. So she has 4 views. I was one of them. I don't think this channel has much activity.
My name is Sarah Davison, best known as the Divorce Coach, and I specialize in helping people just like you to cope better with any kind of breakup, divorce,
Oh, I recognize her.
abuse. I understand.
You recognize her?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was her.
Yeah.
Oh well. Okay.
And that right now you may be really overwhelmed dealing with your breakup, whether you're dealing with confusion, sadness, depression, fear of the future, feeling isolated or alone. All these feelings are really normal, by the way. And by coming and joining our community, you will get the support you so desperately need right now to help you take your power back and move forward. You'll get access to my online group coaching support sessions run by my accredited coaches who are there to answer all your questions and also give you access to the toolkit of techniques and strategies that will help you move forward and navigate your path ahead. On top of all this, you'll also get access to my book, The Split, From Breakup to Breakthrough in 30 Days or Less. You'll also get access to one of my video courses too that will help you learn the tools to take your power back.
I'm sorry, but
is
saying take your power back twice
Back.
in
Radio
1 minute's
machine.
time is fucking. My name is Sarah
Yeah,
Davidson, and since I
kind of
got
funny.
divorced, I got through all the trauma and pain. I decided to help others in the exact situation, and what I've done is created a brand new community where I show you the exact techniques I use to get over my toxic ex. The group is full of other women just like you who feel. The group is full of other women just like you who feel understood and have a safe space where they can help each other level up.
Does she mean misunderstood?
I don't know. I don't know.
Could have been maybe rephrased differently, make it more clear. But techniques that I use to get over my toxic, like we're kind of repeating. So it's like, so I wouldn't be surprised she calls herself like a narc magnet. As if these toxic people, they just come to me for no reason. I'm just innocent. It must be because I'm full of love and I've got so much to give that they just want to keep taking from me.
Yeah. You know, it's funny at the conference, because she was at that conference with Richard Grannon and Professor Dutton and fucking Darren. The Jolly Heretic literally stood up and told them all that, like, yeah, if you're complaining about dealing with a narcissistic ex, you're probably narcissist too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It
It was a room full of vulnerable narcissists complaining about.
Yeah, and they do that empowering and the empath, and maybe they might talk about the supernova. It's kind of cute. You know how my kid says supernova?
Mm-hmm.
He says supernovia. So I don't want to correct her. Like, I say how she wants to say it.
Yeah.
But supernovia.
So
And
this is a longer video.
she has a habit of adding extra syllables.
Yeah.
But yeah, the stunning and brave. You're an empath. You've got this power beyond power within you type spiel.
Well, this is the new website. As a member, you'll receive community of like-minded, empathetic people who are going through challenging breakup situations for support, advice, and feel less alone. Support, blah blah. There will be so it's group therapy, maybe? You think group therapy?
I wouldn't be surprised, like a circle jerk type thing. In a way, you could look at this as a kind of vetting process or filtering, because the way it's being packaged, it's intentionally looking for people who, like I was saying, like
predispositioned.
Yeah, predisposed to wanting to be taken advantage of.
Yeah.
So she is kind of looking for those people who are like, yes, I'm an empath, and yes, I'm spirit and light and love and light and sunshine and rainbows, and sugar and rice and butter and whatever, all that kind of stuff. So her clientele, I mean, in a way, if you're running a coaching service of such a type, yeah, you're expecting your clientele to be unhealthy, but she's looking for really unhealthy.
Oh yeah.
Probably don't want to have to self-reflect or take any responsibility. Those aren't the kind of people that I would want as my clientele. There's nothing, I mean, because unlike her, I would want to actually help people. There's nothing you can really do with people in that mindset. Which means she's not really looking to help people. She wants to stir the pot and make them even worse than they already are.
Ooh, see, that's what I mean, when I saw her at the conference, like, part of me was like, should I be mad these crazy bitches are literally predating upon each other? Like,
she is, in a way, yes.
Like, I mean, women's empowerment, but all of these feminist cults are exactly the same.
Yeah.
Destroy each other. They're like, oh, I love you. Come here. Give me your money. Like, they eat each other. It's fucking weird, Billy.
Well, yeah, and business sense.
Yeah.
It kind of make, like, because why would you want to heal your clients? Because that's your revenue stream. You don't really want them to get better. You want them to come back for more. You want them to book more sessions. And when you have these sessions, you want to tell them nothing useful, really. Give them crumbs, maybe, but you want them to feel like they still need you. This isn't what parents would do with their children. A good parent would want their kids to be able to have their own, like, leave the nest, go fuck off and do your own thing.
Yeah. Be a productive member of society.
Yeah. One of the first red flags I came across when learning all this sort of stuff are parents who continue to, when they talk to their adult children, like the parent might be now 60 years old, the kid is now 30 years old, but the kid is still being called baby. or still being
Yeah.
treated like a child. And then the parent would be like, "Oh yeah, but they'll always be my baby to me," and it's like that might. Okay, yeah, they might always be your baby because technically you're their mother or father and they're your child, but you're disrespecting them because you're treating them like adolescent, like
Yeah.
children.
Yeah.
Like they're grown adults.
Yeah.
They are on a equal footing to you at this point, but you're putting them down and saying that no, they're my children, I'm their parent, they're beneath me, they still need me, I know what's best, respect your elders, that kind of thing. It's like, it's one thing to have respect for your elders, but it's another to not ever question your elders, because at that point really you are an elder as well. So you might be my mum or my dad, but I'm an adult just as much. I have every right to be an adult as you do. For fuck's sake, you're a grandparent. I've got my own children, and you're still
Right.
treating me like a child.
Yeah.
So it is kind of all right, let's put it on a religious spin on it, because you started off with religion. So she is
Yes.
being diabolical here.
Yes. She's making her child pay for the perceived sins of the father.
And she's being a irresponsible consultant or counselor or therapist, because she has no intention of wanting her metaphorical children, her clientele, because in a way they're not really children, obviously, but a mentor is a bit like a father figure. They got a authoritative stance in a way, but they're not your master. So she's doing a disservice to her clients, because she's not really she probably doesn't have the tools to be able to give anyway. But even if she did have the tools, she's withholding because she wants her clients to remain as codependents.
I mean, yeah. This video is longer than the one on YouTube. By a minute, it's doubled in length.
My name is Sarah Davison, best known as the divorce coach, and I specialize that you can move forward with confidence. I understand that right now you may be really overwhelmed dealing with your breakup, whether you're dealing with confusion, sadness, depression, fear of the future, feeling isolated or alone. All these feelings are really normal, by the way, and by coming and joining our community, you will get the support you so desperately need right now to help you take your power back and move forward. You'll get access to my online group coaching support sessions run by my accredited coaches who are there to answer all your questions, and also give you access to the toolkit of tips, and also give you access to the toolkit of techniques and strategies that will help you move forward and navigate your path ahead. On top of all this, you'll also get access to my book, The Split, From Breakup to Breakthrough in 30 Days or Less. And on top of this, you'll also get access to one of my video courses too that will help you learn the tools to take your power back. Click on the yellow button.
See, like just towards the end, she's getting giddy. Like it's telesales. It's like, but new Turbo Vax Deluxe 5000. Buy it now. Lines are open. Order now. We'll throw in this free turbo whatever handheld thing. And she's getting all kind of like, oh, and don't forget this, and we've got a bonus little thing for you here. It's like, hang on, you just started off talking about you're in turmoil, you're in depression, you're confused, your life's falling apart.
Yeah.
And you're cheery. Ooh, book now and buy. Operators are waiting.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. It says she has 8 admins. I don't know if her I have a hard time believing her. You remember on the website where it was like a network of 600 plus coaches in 27 different countries, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Something just tells me that it's not as successful as she claims it is.
Well, why would it be?
I mean, she has Meet Sarah, accredited coach. Here's one. Eve, Saria.
Because what's going on, this might be just a factor, is because they lack the emotional resonance. So people, I don't know, maybe those listening will, as observers and from their perspective, maybe they could point this out. But it's one thing to listen to these so-called coaches, but there's a lack of connection. The clients can't, they might nod along and be like, yes, this all makes logical sense or theoretical sense, but these people are looking, they're emotional, they're upset, their hearts are broken or whatever. So they're looking primarily to have their emotional connections and to be acknowledged for their emotions. I suspect that these therapists or consultants are failing to do that. They don't convey the sorrow. They don't convey the understanding of pain. Now, I don't know if I succeed in that where they fail, but from my personal perspective, when it comes to when I try and speak to people on these platforms like yourself, is to use empathy to make connections. So that I am talking to you as an actual person instead of talking at you or not being considerate of how you might feel. I try and, like, it's sort of like a sixth sense, so there might not be the right words to really put this together, but I'm trying to pick up on what is pertinent or relevant that needs to be said, so that I can, in a way, penetrate into to be able to either touch maybe your mind or your heart. So then it matters. I'm not just trying to babble on because I like the sound of my own voice or something like that, or occupy people, or just tickle your ears or something. So I try to build a substance, whereas I don't think a lot of coaches achieve that.
I think her target is super crazy bitches. So they're super emotionally unstable. They don't have the attention span to listen to you.
No, well, and
He's preying on the Uber week.
This is the problem with
care about people's personal development, like.
But we were talking about earlier, the false self is a actor, it's a performer.
Yes.
It's a fake, it's a fraud. It's superficial. It's a shell. Narcissism is a shell. So inside is hollow. A narcissist is hollow inside. That's why when you talk to someone who's very narcissistic or full-blown NPD, they're boring. They're empty inside. There's no one, the lights are on, but no one's home. There's no soul. They're devoid of personality or humanity. They might have charisma, but it's like superficial charisma. So looking at the website or the community post that was made and these collection of videos.
Well,
It's very-
there's only 8 of meet this person in the past year.
Okay,
So,
but it's very artificial. It's
yeah.
created in a artificial environment. And as a result, there'll always be a kind of lack.
Yeah.
So you say that this coach doesn't seem to be very successful, and I'm not surprised by that because of these things that I'm listing out here, where there's no humanity behind any of it. What's there in its place is filled with the cannibalization or the predation. You know, it's filled with predatory stuff. And just listening to that kind of advert of her trying to sell the vacuum cleaner, she's excited at people's misery.
Yeah. Well,
She's
misery loves company. Hello.
Yeah, but she's like ding 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 cash dollar signs in her head.
Yes.
At the idea that people are suffering. It's like, oh boy, this is great.
Well, Billy, I told you I tried to sign up for this. And they sent me a couple emails, reminded me, and then they called me the day before. They were supposed to have a call. They called me, reminded me, left me a voicemail. Olivia was supposed to contact me the next morning. Then they sent me 2 reminder texts that morning. And I think my crazy bitch baggage got to him and told him, you better not.
Maybe.
Because apparently, I don't know why else they wouldn't have called. Like, I'm not finding Olivia on here, though.
I mean,
Angela, Emma.
There's a small possibility. I don't think this would be the case, but there is a small possibility they wanted to see how desperate you are. So by not returning the call, they're trying to see if you're going to chase after them.
Oh no, I don't. Yeah. This specific feminist cult doesn't seem like I would fit well within it.
No. I mean, that kind of level of the equivalent would be like if you're dating a girl, and in the beginning, you know, you're just getting to know her. You're phoning her, and she intentionally doesn't return your call because she wants to see how much of a how much of a cuck you are. You know, how desperate are you gonna go chasing after her? It's that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean,
honestly, I think the crazy bitches are fucking scared of me. They're afraid to have a conversation about real shit. And all these feminists are afraid of accountability. So I mean, I personally would ask Sarah, like, oh, all of your shit sounds like you're the perfect fucking victim. Like, have you taken any accountability or responsible for any part in your marriage falling apart?
Yeah.
Like,
what you're
just
saying
curious.
is more likely than what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, because no doubt, I wouldn't be surprised, is behind the scenes, every inquiry is being scrutinized, being evaluated, and sort of archived in a sort of potential like on a spectrum of like how emotionally unstable is this person, and if you're not showing the right clues, then it's like, nah, because then you become a liability.
Yeah.
You might ask the wrong question. You might actually want to heal. And it's like, oh shit, I wasn't expecting someone to actually want to be healed. You know, you might want to actually do the hard work, and then it's like, oh shit. So so they'll ignore you. She could be ninja watching right now.
Oh, I fucking hope so. I really hope so. I think she needs to readjust her little goals on how she's training her son husband. Like, there's a lot that can be learned from just simple.
There was an aspect, depending how old the boy is, but you know.
Well, okay, so she says 15 years. Hold on, 15 years was when her divorce was. Her son was 1, so maybe he's 16.
Okay, but
a young man.
Try not to like deprive your children from having their childhood, because that time will never come again. You know, so if she's like, "Oh, you need to have all these attributes and learn all this stuff," it's like, where's the room there for him just to fucking be a boy?
Well, if he's 16, he should be close to being a man.
Yeah, but
I mean, when Cam was 16, like, first thing he did was got his license. He was already working. Like,
but
he wanted to
the
do stuff.
process of childhood plays largely into all the things that she's trying to instill in him later on. It kind of does a lot of the work for her in a way. So if she's saying that she has to do this now, then what happened to his childhood?
I don't know. I don't know. I did find another divorce coach, though. This one doesn't seem to be a feminist.
Well, save that one for another time.
I don't know. I'm still stuck on the feminism is the Antichrist, the beast from the sea, and psychology is giving it its power. I saw some stuff about the two beasts, one being the Catholic Church and the other being feminism. But I don't think that's true. Because feminism is also infected the Catholic Church. I mean, did you see this shit, Billy? Hold on, let me pull this up. Hammerhand shared something. Yeah, look at this shit. World's first lesbian bishop calls for church to remove crosses to install Muslim prayer spaces.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
Why is the feminism cult taking over the Catholic Church? Since when can lesbians be bishops? I asked Bandit that, and I asked Shane that, and Bandit's like, "Oh, well, not in the Orthodox." I'm like, dude, it's the same fucking argument that's like the Fagtaus versus the Nistaus. It's like, oh, it's not us. Like,
It's like if you were to say any of this 10 years ago, you know, you would be thought of as some kind of lunatic.
Yeah. Why is there lesbian bishops?
Yeah. Well, this is kind of like a triple whammy. It's like lesbian, bishops, removing crosses, and installing Muslim prayer space.
Yes.
Like, huh?
Yeah.
What kind of parallel universe, alternate reality am I in now?
Yeah.
What the crazy?
They're literally. And I was having a chat with a friend of mine that's a professor up at A&M, and he's like, "Yeah, I just don't understand the Queers for Palestine stuff and the on campus the pro-Palestinian stuff." Okay, because he's an atheist, big fan of the all the atheists in the past. He like seriously doesn't miss a Sam Harris podcast. Like him and his wife, both atheists, they sent their son strangely to Catholic private school, but he is completely pro-Israel because of the democracy aspect. So he's not for Palestine, yet he's looking at this situation. He's like, why are these people like Queers for Palestine? Do they not understand that they literally would kill them if they were in their territory? Like, they don't believe they should exist. And here they are letting them in. Like, yeah. It's really weird. Really weird.
It's weird because from normal people, you can kind of, you have perspective and you can see connotations, and you could take you can look at the different things and be like, that doesn't make sense. But so to us it's weird, but to them it's like an instant gratification, tunnel vision, impulsivity, lack of self-awareness. It's those contributing factors which prevent people to have, like, they haven't got foresight. They can't forecast into the future. They can't see potential ramifications. They can't see contradictions. They've got black and white thinking. So it makes sense in their little world because it's so claustrophobic.
See, I think there's an element to, because the straight white men in academia, I mean, just based on my experience with the straight white men in academia at my local university, those guys are pro-Israel. They're pro-democracy, all the things. I think these lesbians, because it's the lesbians, I think they're just doing this shit as a being opposed or being defiant in opposing what the straight white man thinks is the better idea. I think they're just doing it in defiance. Like,
yeah, it's not for particular beliefs or particular values. It's on a basis of along the lines of like principle, in the sense of there are structures in reality or in society, and whatever those structures are, be it a church, be it a Boy Scouts, be it athletes,
a border,
be it a border, whatever kind of form it is, these established structures, which we would call stability in reality, that help shape reality, they need to be deconstructed. They need to be messed around with. They need to be infiltrated. So what they look for typically will, and this is something very like startup companies or startup communities or startup organizations, those would be the most prone, or minorities, these would be the most prone to being targeted for conversion. Why?
Sorry. Islam. Convert to feminism.
Yeah.
Uh,
Because why such groups? Because they're in a process of development, so they could be, so you can corral, you can coerce, you can deviate, because they're not quite fully established. They haven't got a dominating foothold where it's so fortified, and they're not at the bare bones minimum, because these people are fucking lazy and they're not going to create anything new themselves. So they're going to look for something that's a kind of like a startup, which is still developing, and they're going to take over operations. So the hard work of creation is already done by someone else. They take over and they gain power that way. And then should they get further along, then they can start challenging more established people or more embedded organizations or structures. So they're working their way up. But this is why, in a sense, they go for schools as well. Because
oh yeah, no, they have infiltrated all the things already.
yeah, but schools are always, like updating practices, updating the curriculum, updating what did you have when you were at work? Was that a manifesto? What did you call that?
Yeah, the standards.
Like things like that. It's like,
oh my god,
those,
that stupid fucking cult.
right. So instead of like trying to take over the company in its entirety, like head on, in completion, it's work with the systems that are in development or that have a tendency to fluctuate. They get updated, and things like that. So this is what we're seeing.
Shane just got here. Hello, Shane. Shane,
Shane.
how did, because you hail from the Catholic sector, so
Hey, Uncle God.
how in the hell did you let this happen? When who thought it was a good idea to let a lesbian be a bishop? You see what she's doing, right? It's the L of the LGBTQ plus. I know everybody wants to blame the T for all the terrible things, but it's these crazy bitches that keep doing it. How did this happen? I know Bandit said not in Orthodox churches, but it's still Catholicism.
Like, I'll just throw this in here for the sake of throwing it in here, but not saying it's necessarily what's taking place. But like, narcissists like shiny new things. So anything new, in a way, is like, oh, it must be good. You're changing up the furniture, you're freshening it up, so it must be good. It's like new technology. It must be good. Oh, a lesbian in the church. Oh, it must be good.
Shane said, I thought this was the Church of England. So are you passing the buck on to the English? Well, Billy, I'm still convinced that the psychology field is the second beast. Yeah. He's blaming back to you, Billy. It's your hood. Yeah. Your realm.
My hood.
Your hood. Yeah.
Yeah. Shane, we're neighbors, you and I. Yeah, the psychological field, like many, well, it is very unfortunate because with mass psychosis rampant,
Yes.
the last line of defense, well, not the last line, but a prominent sort of representative of defending people's sanity, you should theoretically expect come from the psychological field.
Yeah, but
people are losing their minds.
Your crazy bitches are causing the problems.
Yeah.
You're perpetuating the feminist tyranny.
Yeah.
You made people bend a knee to the medical tyranny. I mean, just fucking YouTube right now.
Yeah, I mean,
your people are encouraging the censorship.
Yeah, and it is. I'll use the word again, like diabolical. It's a disservice because it's like, if not for psychology, who else is supposed to bring sensibility to people? Like, where do you expect, if you're trying to understand what on earth is going on in the minds of people, and you don't have psychology to help you out, how are you supposed to, what are you supposed to use? It's like, if you can't trust your doctor to fix your broken leg, what the hell do you do with your broken leg?
Right. You're going to have to pray about it. But then look at this lesbian bishop.
Yeah. So what does that mean? That means I'm going to have to start urinating on it or something? Yeah. Because some weirdo said that, yes, the magic of urine or something. I don't know. Like rub some bat shit into the thing or something.
Yeah.
It's like I can wave a chicken bone at it.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, all right, amputation. All right. Well, you can't even trust the doctor to do that amputation. So who's going to amputate it? What? Self-help? You mean I got to do it myself? I got to self-amputate?
Yes, I think that's the solution. Or we just open all the borders and let Sharia law just take care of these crazy bitches. This lesbian feminist right here has no idea what Sharia law has in store for her. Like,
well, if it is in England, we've got a 2-tier police system now. So the police will bend the knee to the Muslims, and the nationals will be treated with, I don't know, nightsticks.
wait, what? Shane? Apparently the first female bishop on Scotland has cost 500,000 in payouts for bullying staff. Payouts, like, I don't know what that means.
Like paying compensation.
Like from lawsuits, or?
I probably likely, yeah, probably.
Investigation into bullying by female bishops set to cost church. Okay. Settlements. Hush money?
So it's not coming out of her. It's not coming out of her pocket. It's coming out of the church's. Where is it coming from? The church's pocket. So she sounds like she's going around bullying people. They've made claims, and she's costing the church that amount. And by definition, those people that she's paying out to are victims because she's bullying.
So is she, in a way? I mean, the churches have way too much money anyway, right?
Yeah, but the church needs to make a decision then, because like you want a virtue signal or whatever it is, you're hoping to gain some sort of status by having this this female bishop in play. Is she worth it because she's a liability that's costing you money? So does the benefits outweigh the costs because she's an expense?
I sent Shane a link. See if he wanted to join and explain why the Catholic sector let lesbians be bishops.
I don't know, put it like inclusivity or some nonsense.
You ready, Shane? He had his cam on for a minute. I know he doesn't want to be on camera. Hello?
Hello. Sorry, can you fill me in on just a little the details of this story? She's a Catholic, you say?
Well, she's a bishop. Isn't that Catholic?
No, Protestants have bishops as well, and so do Orthodox Christians. But if it's a breakaway church, like only Protestants allow female clergy.
Okay, hold on. First,
Or Anglican. The Church of England allows it, and American preachers allow it.
Is that her?
The Pope did allow a female bishop to attend a meeting, but it was like a goodwill thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. To remove crosses. All right, let's... Yeah.
Greetings there, Shane.
Shane, this is Billy.
I've listened to Billy's streams. A lovely 3-parter he did with Banda.
Oh, thank you very much. And
yeah, and of course I'm subscribed as well.
Oh, thank you again.
Were you guys talking about the mind virus? Was it?
It says Ortho Christian.
Yeah, that's not Catholic.
Ah.
This is some splinter type of Christianity. Apparently there's 20,000 of them.
Really?
Yeah. And most of them in North America.
It says Bishop of Stockholm.
Oh, that's Stockholm, Sweden.
Wait.
They're Protestants.
Yeah, his proposed, okay. Yeah, okay, the Bishop of Stockholm has proposed a church in her diocese remove all signs of the cross and put down markings showing the direction to Mecca for the benefit of Muslims.
Oh, yes, I've heard about this nonsense.
Yes, Sweden. It is in Sweden.
They were, do you know there's,
of course.
They had a gigantic surge in sexual assaults.
Yeah.
And there's whole areas now where the police can't go. You were mentioned about Billy about two-tier policing in Britain. Did you remember the Palestine or the Gaza protests? Did you see that video of the man getting harassed by the police for being pro-Israel?
Maybe not that particular one, but I've seen videos like that, and I've seen ones where you've got some Muslims just ridiculing the police force, calling them dogs. It's like, we own you, you are our dogs. Say.
But they were saying they had there was one case in Scotland where there was a Jewish man, and you know the symbol, the Jewish symbol. He was wearing a pin, and they made him take it off, because he couldn't guarantee the man's safety with the mob. You know.
Yeah, they've been trying to run the Jewish community out of London.
Oh yeah, there's a huge spike in anti-Semitism, isn't there?
Yeah.
But like, it's a very small community anyway, isn't it?
Probably, but they, as with a lot of these sort of abusive kind of groups, they like to the appearance, so they try and make themselves seem more omnipresent.
No, I mean the Jewish community in England.
Oh,
Like,
the
it's
Jewish
small.
community, yeah, that's pretty significant. Well, I don't know. I don't know any
Well,
Jewish
there's
people.
a good lot. I mean, I
Yeah.
know a lot came in the 19th century. Do you remember the from Russia? You know, exactly. You know, like Karl Marx, all those people. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there's supposed to be like there are Jewish businesses and
Mm.
areas and oh, what was this area? It's in North London where yeah, you see them around basically.
Mm.
But personally, I don't know any, so I don't know what the numbers would be. But then it's kind of like a bit like a melting pot. You know, there's a loads of beliefs and multinational.
I'd say London's probably the most diverse city in the world. There's people from everywhere there. You know?
I think so. I mean, white people, you know, national white people are now the minority.
That's great. Yeah. And do you remember John Cleese years ago said London doesn't feel like an English city, and he got crap for that, but he's right. You know.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, I mean, and you hear the kind of like the countryside is now being invaded. Sorry, GM is now going to be excluded from the conversation. She's a duck out
It's
of
cool.
water.
I'm gonna fuck off for a minute.
Okay.
But I heard that half the social housing in London has gone to immigrants.
Pretty much, yeah. Hotels, housing, they get priority. People on welfare and benefits, they get priority. Health waiting lists. You have to accommodate.
Same thing's happening here in Ireland as well.
Yeah. So
we've had like a million come in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And we're small. You know, we have, you know, the hotels have been booked out. There's no, I mean, the price of rents has gone up. Everything has just gone up, you know?
Yeah. It's costing fortunes, you know. At one point, they had a barge created to house some of these migrants. But
wow.
Apparently some sort of disease broke out.
But they're dropping them off in villages all over the place, in, you know, across Ireland, you know, small towns that just weren't built for this.
This will piss off a lot of Americans, because there's a military. What was the military base called?
In the UK.
Yeah, there's a military base like with airstrip. I forgot what that's called, but it's been built by the taxpayer, right? And it hasn't been used, I don't think, for however long. That has been given to migrants to live in.
Oh my god!
And it's in the countryside, so the villages and towns nearby are just like, Jesus. We've just the military. They've got an airstrip. They've been given an airstrip and all the buildings, and the nationals aren't allowed on the premises.
God.
So it's just this absurdity. It's just like, what the hell's going on?
I blame to be honest with you, I think it's the civil service and these WEF people, you know.
I don't know. There's different types of theories going around. Some people are like, it's to win votes. Some say it's like for the population decline, so they're trying to import new citizens so that they'll have children and increase the population that way. But it's
part of it could be to spread, you know, because unity is definitely, or diversity is definitely not our strength. You know what I mean? It's the diversity, you know, creates problems.
Just on this sort of scale, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If you look at UK and America over the centuries, there's been gradual waves of immigration that allowed people to assimilate, you know?
Yeah.
And for people to grow accustomed, you know.
Yeah, but they're assimilating without ID or like
Mm.
criminal record checks. Like these are kind of like John Does in a way. It's like you have no idea what kind of people they are.
We had a guy in a local bar restaurant, and it turned out he was a pedophile.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
They'd no background checks, but they eventually someone figured it out. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
there's all this footage going around them hanging around schools and things. It's crazy.
Yeah. What an interesting thing I found out recently, maybe you can corroborate on this, is because there's a lot of hairstyling or barber shops,
Mm-hmm.
and there's like they're next door to each other pretty much, and they're usually empty, and they're usually run by the Turkish people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's come to light that these are child trafficking and drug gangsters, or some sort of like cartel type. I don't know.
Yeah, another thing as well is those vaping shops. The stuff that
vaping.
Yeah, they're front for the organized crime.
Yeah.
That there is. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's one like where I live. There's one Turkish sort of barbers, and nobody uses it.
Yeah,
for hair anyway.
Like the owner is driving around in a Mercedes or something like that. It's like, where are you guys getting this money from?
Yeah, there's a guy. There's some guy here who's made a fortune from the Ukrainians. In his properties, and he bought him and his missus new Porsches.
Yeah,
government contract.
And it's. I don't know. The prognosis is like, where is all of this going?
Well, what bothers? I'm scared. I'm sort of for Ireland. I think it's one thing. The culture will be irrevocably changed. Think about like that a homogenous group of people just had 1 million new people dropped on them, and a lot of them from different places. So there's going to be. It'll change the culture,
Yeah. I mean, just take one street, and you're cramming in, because I think one of the clauses is like, you bring in an immigrant, it's one thing, but they bring their family with them and their children. So,
did I hear in the UK that students are allowed to bring their families?
I'm not too sure on the stipulation.
University students, like,
I don't know. I'll have to find that out.
It's some new thing. It's some new claim,
But you get these people, you get these properties which aren't designed to house like more like a regular family, like maybe 5-6 people. But now they've got like 12 or 20 people living in one property. They're having to share the toilet and things like that. So it becomes logistically a hazard.
I was speaking to a girl, I forget where she's from, but she was living in Dublin there's like it's like a 1-bedroom apartment, but there's 4 girls living in it.
Yeah. I mean, this sounds like a little trivial, but it's like the sewer system isn't designed to cope with all these assholes.
Well, it's not just the sewer system, the medical system as well, the social welfare system. All of them are going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
I mean, you can go. I don't know about you, but when you call a GP here, you can be. Sometimes it's 2 weeks before you get to see them.
Yeah, 48 hours waiting for the A&E department.
Jesus.
Yeah, and A&E is for the Americans, it's your emergency
ER.
room.
Yeah. They're not fun places to be anyway.
Yeah. So, and this is simultaneously with other big issues like gang culture, deviant youths, mental
we're
health.
having a big drug problem here.
Yeah.
Because they're used in Ireland as something of a hub, for transatlantic, so like drugs from America and then to Europe and Africa,
Yeah.
sorry.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you because you mentioned a hub. You reminded me, like, I heard about like some sort of tax. I don't know if it's like an evasion or some sort of tax advantage by having. There's a lot of businesses that like to register in Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland is a tax haven. It's got a unique rule inside the EU. It was part of our negotiation. But Google, for example, and Yahoo are headquartered here.
Okay.
Pfizer Europe is headquartered here. And that means they avoid US taxes, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people are, I think, I'm not sure, but I think Tropicana orange juice has something here as well. In the American orange juice company.
Yeah.
But there's a very, that's a significant bump in our economy. We're a little too dependent on it. But our GDP is significantly. I mean, when I was a kid in the 80s, you know, guess what unemployment was here?
What, in the 80s?
36%.
Right.
36% would be, and now it's like, you know, it's like 9%.
Unemployment.
But that's unemployment and disabled and, you know, just people not working or single, you know, housewife, you know, that kind of shit. It's very small.
Okay.
Then there's a lot of people, a lot of the immigrants that have come here are asylum seekers, you know? So they can't work.
Yeah, I mean, there's I think for the first year, I don't know if it's a year, but for a duration of time, they can't get a job. They got to go through paperwork and processing before they can become established. But a lot of them don't particularly want to go through the system and do things legit.
You know, I don't know if you heard about it. Did you hear about the trouble last year in Dublin? No, there was an immigrant went into a daycare and killed like 3 kids and a teacher.
Oh, shit.
And this is the first time we've had anything like that in a school. But what happened was he had come as an asylum case and had been rejected and deported for crimes he had committed, and some NGO took his case and got that decision reversed and ended up getting him citizenship. And then he went on to do this. I think he was from Syria.
Yeah, I mean, we had
there was riots.
We had a manhunt recently.
The acid guy.
Yeah, I think they're trying to say like we found. This is the weird bit. They said like we're searching the Thames because they think he might have committed, you know, for himself in the river, and they found some bodies, but it wasn't him. So I was like, Jesus, what the fuck? He got in the process of finding this escapee or whatever. You discover a whole bunch of other bodies just by chance.
Jesus. We had there were so many immigrants that they had a little sort of tent city, you know, in the city, you know, in some area. It was fucking embarrassing, you know?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that's at least in my neck of the woods. I have seen a rise in beggars and homeless people, but not like tent city per se.
But everyone knows there's good immigrants too. Like there's you know, hardworking people that are nice and they come over and they adapt and they learn the language and they, you know, they work in.
Yeah. Well, it's because I've got a kid that goes to school, so you know, like I'm talking to a whole bunch of mixed race people, and I feel like such a bigot or something, you know. Like I try not to offend them, but so I have to make this kind of disclaimer every time, which is like, I'm not talking, if I'm talking about Muslims, I'm not talking about like you know, straight and narrow, like whatever. I'm talking about like the radical extremist version, ones who want to sort of rub it in your face or hijack systems. You know, it's the same with, like,
or the Islamists, you know, them.
Yeah, it's the same with like vegans in a way, or homosexuals. It's like I know some vegans. They're really nice people. They're really friendly, and my kid goes on play dates and stuff. They're not the ones I have problems with. Like, even my brother's wife she's a vegetarian. Never a problem. But it's the ones that like to rub it in your, like, a moral supremacy over you.
They're the superior. They oh, how dare you?
know? And I think the LGBTQ whatever letter, the alphabet people, I think they're beginning to push back. There's a colleague who was posting about they're burning some flags, the LGBT flag, and it's a bait. It's baiting. It's a trick, because what they're hoping for is for society to be up in arms, like, yay, down with the LGBTQ. But really,
I have heard some gay people who are very, done with the whole Pride Month and all that crap.
Yeah, because they don't want to have Pride Month. They don't want to associate their sexuality with that sort of thing. So what we have here is, you got whatever kind of ideology we're talking about is the fake side of them, and then you got the true
agenda.
Yeah, the ones who don't really mean any harm. They're just trying to live their life in peace.
Oh, they were the ones who we were, we just want to live in peace and live our lives private.
Yeah. So
I don't have a problem with them. It's the political people I have a problem with.
Yeah, but those ones are trying to hide behind the authentic ones. So when society pushes back and goes, we hate vegans or we hate LGBTQ, it's the good original ones that are getting the brunt of it, so that the fake ones can get away with it.
And they are coming after our kids,
Yeah.
Did you hear that the video from the school? Was it last year with the kid said she was a cat, and the two little girls, one of them wouldn't go along with it, and they said no, she's a little girl, and the teacher went ballistic.
Yeah, I mean, I hear some of these stories and like trying to get the boys to wear skirts. It's like, thank God that doesn't happen. Like, there is a tinge of that sort of mindset at my kids' school. Nothing like identifying as cats. But they wanted to send my kid to a mosque for a school trip, and they were saying it's part of the curriculum. So I wrote a letter first of all, I said to the teacher, I don't want my kid going to the mosque. And then the teacher said, can you put that in writing? I was like, fine, I'll put it in writing. And fortunately, my wish was granted. My kid didn't go. It turns out another parent also didn't allow their kid to go to the mosque. But
if you took the Muslim kids to a Catholic church or a Protestant church, they'd be up in arms, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, surely, yeah. That, like, they only have so many school trips a year. None of them
or synagogue.
Yeah. I mean, my kid's got a little bit of Chinese heritage, and there are China. I don't know where the nearest Chinese church would be, but there's no school trips to a Chinese church, for example. Yeah,
it'd be like a Buddhist shrine or something.
Yeah.
Or
okay. So more alarming is lessons in sexual education.
Oh yeah, that we have that as well. Yeah,
and this is where it gets very, at least for my personal, with my kids' schooling, like a very shadowed area, because you're not quite sure what they're being taught.
Well, my sisters, the parents have to approve of it here, or have to grant permission.
Yeah, we got that too, but
at a certain age, it's mandatory.
Yeah, and they've done meetings before where they're online, where they try and kind of, I suppose they're like trying to reassure parents of what they're going to cover, the subject areas they're going to cover. And I've attended a couple of these meetings, and it was, I don't know what the best way of describing it. It was like
Explicit.
Well, it wasn't. They try to make it seem very like, here's a diagram of the male genitalia, here's a diagram of the female genitalia, but the teachers who are giving this meeting for parents is being very kind of coy about it, very kind of like uncomfortable with the with like talking to us as if we're imbeciles. It's like, it's all right, you can say penis. You know, half of us present have one. You know, you can say vagina. You know, no kids are in the meeting.
She's going to be nervous with you. See, they do think that they know better and that the parents are thick, don't they?
Yeah, but then you hear like the street level talk from some of these kids, and they're talking about anal sex, and it's like, oh, where was that covered in the meeting?
Do you remember when they did when everyone was locked down? Do you remember they did the over the computer thing? Remember, teachers were going ballistic because they didn't want parents to know what they were saying in class.
Yeah. It is. I was ballistic because they didn't have online meeting groups, but they started doing homework online. So they gave children. They created Google accounts for the children, so for a Google Classroom. And Google's connected with YouTube. So my kid, it occurred, she realized after a while that she's automatically got a YouTube account. So but at that point, I hadn't had any conversations with her about like, don't share your name. And the thing is, the account had her, like, all these accounts were in the child's name.
Oh my God.
So she's on YouTube with her real name on display.
That's not good.
None the wiser, just liking videos, subscribing to videos, just like, what the hell are you doing? And now,
sorry, this child is under 12, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And now I've got a problem where it's like, because she being told to do her homework for the Google Classroom, once she's on the computer, it's like, well, can I go on YouTube now? And, you know, she wants, so it's effort to try and peel her away from the computer. And in the end, I said to the school, I'm getting her off the computer altogether. So fuck you in your Google Classroom. I want it paper format. And they said, yeah, this wouldn't be a problem, but they don't bother following through. And the homework side of things is so hands off now. All the parents are like, what the hell is going on with the homework situation? Even down to like reading books where the kid is supposed to come home with a book from the school library. And instead, I'm providing the books, and my kid is taking my books, or like our home book. She's taking our home book into the school so that they can kind of check the reading record. But it's like, what happened to the school library? And I have to graffiti all our home books with "this book belongs to my child," just in case the school think it belongs to them.
Jesus. I heard about some I know a version of it is happening here, but a policy to get rid of the classic books in schools. Did you hear about that?
We've had all right, so before that, back when she was bringing home school books, there were a couple of books where we're reading it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So in the reading record, I was being kind of snidey, and I was just like, yeah, the crocodile family is wonderful. I don't know about these nose rings in the crocodiles, and you know, all this kind of imagery or storylines. I'm like, I don't know about this. Yeah,
but I'm talking about like they're getting rid of like of Mice and Men, and they're getting rid of Jane Austen, and they're in secondary school, you know.
Yeah, well, or I don't know about removing books, but they're introducing like wokist, modern, yeah, woke kind of crap. That just makes me sort of raise an eyebrow and like, what the hell's this?
I think they banned Animal Farm as well, or got rid of Animal Farm. And
we even had that.
Yeah, there was, Orwell, the anti-communist book.
Yeah, they want to change the language or roll dial.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Did you see there's they have this new thing in publishing where they have some sensitivity reader who reads it first before it's published?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Like a woke stamp of approval or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And they start to butcher it, and oh no, you can't say that. You have to like do something else, make it say something else. It's like the Hollywood Snow White.
Oh god, that's a joke.
Or the Little Mermaid or something like that. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
That was it was outrageous. They ruined those movies.
Yeah, they're trying to turn.
Especially the Little Mermaid was terrible. They destroyed the male lead. You remember?
Well, they're turning all the male leads into like misogynists and predators,
or simps, or
yeah.
And they like, I don't know if you remember the was it the one in '89? Do you remember like they changed the ending and they took his hero moment away?
In '89? What do you mean '89?
The Disney '89 Little Mermaid animated movie.
Oh, I don't know. I never really watched it.
I watched it with my little sister, but there's a scene. It's mostly a female lead character, but there's the male supporting character has a hero moment, where he saves her.
Yeah.
And they took that out,
Yeah. Oh right, yeah. Yeah, it's just
they're saying though that the the Daily Wire are making their own Snow White. They're making it they're gonna release it at the same time that Disney releases theirs. To rival it.
Oh, I see.
And it's gonna be, it'll be modern, but it'll be still essentially true to the story, although there's probably a bit more action,
Yeah, but like it kind of goes back to that sort of lesbian and bishop for the church. It's like they can't leave. It's like the battle for intellectual property. Like, leave it alone.
Yeah, it's a never-ending progression, though. That's what they want. Through every institution and every piece of art.
Every edition, not edition. It just bastardizes it to a point of mutates in. It becomes some kind of mutant, so far from the original that it's unrecognizable. Like, look at the story arc of sorts with the Incredible Hulk. He's now been made, instead of being like originally he was a monster of a character. He was a dark idea.
He was a bit like Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, but with a lot more trauma attached to it. So
he was an abused child, as I recall.
Yeah, I mean, and you had the TV show. I don't know what the actor's name is.
But I know who you mean.
But yeah, the kind of original, like, I mean,
he was in another thing called The Magician.
Yeah, but look at the Hulk now. He's a joke.
He's a fucking soy. That Mark Ruffalo, such a moron.
Yeah, he's I don't know. It's just, and that's not just the Hulk. I mean, pretty much every kind of franchise and character is like that.
Yeah, they're replaced. I mean, they replaced Tony Stark with a woman. They've replaced your man Hawkeye with a girl. They've replaced She-Hulk. I mean, She-Hulk was a joke. Did you see that?
No, I didn't want to. But
oh man, it's bad. It's so bad.
I heard enough about it to know. Be like, oh god, yeah.
And they brought in Tim Roth back into it. Do you remember from the Ed Norton Hulk?
Abomination.
Yeah, they brought him back.
Yeah. So from being a villain, now he's like buddies or something.
Yeah, she's like his lawyer or something, trying to get him. It's ridiculous. And it's full of, feminist propaganda. And, she's like, you probably saw the scene where she's like, he's like trying to, you have to control your temper. And she's like, and she gets angry and starts saying that she does that every day and all that kind of crap. Because she's a woman, And I was like, yeah, but he's been an abused child. You know what I mean? I think that's a bit more than you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So inside every woman is a Hulk waiting to get out, huh? Let your vagina roar, basically.
By the power of it, yeah. The Critical Drinker, he's very funny. Do you ever watch him?
Sometimes, yeah.
His She-Hulk review was very good.
Yeah.
Oh, they destroyed Star Wars.
But I mean, I know like we're kind of sort of just like chillaxing, talking about movies and characters and franchises. But in terms of like kids growing up as like role model, like when I grew up, same for you, kind of thing. Like we had He-Man, we had Transform, like Optimus Prime. Like I know this might sound
one shall fall.
Yeah, it might sound like kind of juvenile, kiddie sort of stuff.
No, we had heroes.
Yeah, and story writing, and there was always, well, not always, but like with He-Man, it would be like after the episode, it would have that kind of
message of the story. The moral of the story.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry, we had the old classic stories as well. Like I don't know about you, but I had the old fairy tales and the Grimm fairy tales.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, we in our younger years, we could look back, even we could watch older content and have appreciation for it. But if people were to look at older content now,
that's true.
Like, oh, you're like a dinosaur. You're the old stuff is shit, basically.
There's a new bias, isn't there?
Yeah, like a bias. Yeah.
I can watch 70s television shows and think they're brilliant, or 60s.
Yeah.
Or old, 50s movies. Like some of them are brilliant.
Yeah. It's like, it's a bit weird because, you've got TV shows like Knight Rider or A-Team or MacGyver or Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap was so great.
Or Sliders, it kind of getting
that was
more
brilliant.
Modern era.
Oh, another thing that was good for moral lessons, Star Trek was good.
Yes, Star Trek, yeah. But
lots of great lessons in that.
Well, Star Trek, okay, that's like a separate category of it altogether. But I'm talking about like, you got like season 1 of Knight Rider or A-Team. Right? If I try and get my kid to watch that now, or the Hulk, even the Incredible Hulk,
it would make me when I'm angry.
She would be bored out of her mind. She'd be like,
the attention spans are terrible, aren't they?
Yeah.
But no, if it's not like, I can't get my youngest niece, I can't get her to watch like even the Disney girls movies,
Oh, right, yeah.
They're not interested in telly. It's all, TikTok or the iPad,
It's fucking garbage.
A friend of mine is a teacher, and she said that the kids, aren't interested in Star Wars or Star Trek. It's Marvel now, and Marvel is dying,
Yeah. This is kind of funny. Like, do you know the movie Meet the Parents? It's like a comedy, right?
Hey, I remember. Yeah, Robert De Niro, Ben Stiller.
Yeah. So my my kid is all right watching. Well, she doesn't watch zombies, but she's playing games with zombies in it. So, like, she's familiar with the ideas of zombies and vampires and werewolves. You can go, you can play zombie like or whatever. Whatever. When she watched the movie Meet the Parents, it was stressing the fuck out of her. She hated that movie, and it was because of and I was like saying, like, you watch Mr. Bean, it's like Mr. Bean, but just ramped up. It was that frustration of, it's kind of like, I know it's over the top because it's a comedy, but it's the frustration of things messing up on you. Like, you're trying to get married, a tree catches fire or something like that. So it was a constant stream of disappointing or problematic.
Everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Right, and that was really really upsetting her. But compared to Rambo, she's fine. Or Rocky, she likes Rocky. It's like, who's the good
Rocky,
guy?
right,
Who's the bad guy? Right, that's the good guy. That's the bad guy. Right, they're getting bloody eyes and everything like that. She's all right with. So just like,
get him, Rocky. I love Rocky. Yeah. Have you shown her all the Rockies yet, or just the first one?
She hasn't got the attention span to watch the entire movie, so she's seen kind of sections, and I've had to explain the sort of storyline. And normally she'd get kind of upset when people are losing, like, so when Rocky's getting his ass kicked, she would kind of get upset. But she knows now, like, no, if Rocky wins, he needs to get his ass kicked a bit, and she was getting upset that his friend had died. But it's like, but in the first movie they were enemies, and so she's gradually pieced it together, and she's become familiar with it, and she enjoys it now.
That's good. But I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, and they'd watch all the movies, and we used to watch them with them, and like Gone with the Wind or something, or The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
I don't know, kids don't seem to have the stamina for that anymore. Or Lawrence of Arabia I used to watch. I mean, that's a 4-hour movie.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's got like a plot or storyline. I mean, my kid's autistic, so she has kind of like learning difficulties. So, but I could tell that she zones out, or she's like in a trance or something like that.
Did you hear was there something about the new evidence came out about the MMR jab causing autism?
I don't know about any of that sort of stuff.
No, I know that's been the story for years and no one's believed it, but there was some evidence came out last week.
I don't know.
The spike in cases,
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just saying. I was asking what you thought of that. Hey, Mandy.
I mean, hey there, GM. Like, for a while, I was thinking that maybe autism is a kind of evolutionary response to, because I'm a bit of a narcissist obsessed idiot. So I'd be like, I wonder, because there seems to be a correlation, not necessarily a causation, but a correlation that a lot of these autistic kids seem to have a narcissistic upbringing. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what is a causation of narcissism? Failed mothering.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those failed mothers are narcissists, aren't they?
Because they're feminists.
Well,
feminists do
cultivating it.
Raise healthy children.
Yeah.
Speaking of crazy bitch feminists, so here's one of these love and light people, right, that I follow. Just kind of, let's see, this channel is for entertainment only, but let's see, grow your light with Deborah. She's one that calls Trump supporters Trump termites.
Oh.
Oh yeah, she is one hateful bitch, let me tell you. So right after right after the debate between Trump and Biden, she started an emergency live stream where she was like just singing Biden's praises, and she had a whole chat room full of crazy bitches that were kind of freaking out, and like she's like, no, you guys, he did so well even though he had a cold, and no, Biden's still. I mean, she's literally gaslighting the fuck. Like these girls, these feminists in her chat were really afraid, right? And she's like, oh no, it'll be okay, and like they don't understand. These Trump termites don't understand that they're in the minority and blah. I mean, super fucking crazy bitch. But she posts this 3 hours ago. This shouldn't surprise anyone. He's been playing a mean game and its equal has come back. Lallet was talking about this just yesterday on our show, Inspire and Align. As far as the shooter, I'm sure Satan made him do it. Then she has a couple comments. Because, yeah, she hosts this psychology chick. Let's see. Yeah. And I thought Monday was the day to be worried about. Should we be scared? ? Like,
From what I hear, the shooter was Antifa.
yeah, they say Antifa.
But like a puppet,
Yeah. It's just interesting. This shouldn't surprise anyone. He's been playing a mean game and its equal has come back.
And Biden has all been sweetness and light and charm, hasn't he?
Yes.
Did you see in the debate, like he constantly insulted Trump,
Yeah.
They act like it's funny, like they say outrageous things and they call others mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Billy, what is that form of crazy bitchery tactic called?
Well, projection.
Always accuse the enemy of what you're doing.
Projection. Oh, what's the catchy way of saying it?
Gaslighting.
I don't know. I can't remember. I'm thinking of like my list of fallacies. Which fallacy is that? But no, I'm sure there's another kind of slang type of. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm getting a bit tired. It's like brain
Yeah,
fart.
it's 4:00 here. I saw there's footage of the Secret Service shooting the guy.
Yeah.
And the result, apparently someone in the crowd spotted him and reported him. But people are very, very angry.
Oh, yeah. Super angry. And it would have been really bad if they would have succeeded. All these crazy bitches would be dying right now. All these feminists.
Trump is going to attend the UFC fight tonight that he was going to attend before.
Nice.
Yeah.
He fucking would. Yep.
Everyone, a lot of my friends were saying they can't, unless an act of God happens, he's winning that election, or they cheat,
No, they can't cheat anymore. That's why they're trying to kill him.
And did I see somebody shared a clip from Congress the other day? They were trying to get rid of Trump's Secret Service.
Yeah. Little premonition of what was to come. You know what I didn't trust in that Secret Service? There was a lot of women there.
Oh, do you know who the director of the Secret Service is?
Who? Is it a woman?
A woman. First woman. And she was getting stick on Twitter.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. So you had one job.
Yeah, one job.
I know. I know. Part of it is like, do you ever notice like they took over education and look at education? It's got run into the ground. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only business I know of that women are doing well at is the military contractors. You know that like 4 or 5 of the top 5 contractors are run by women. War. You know, they're on the boards of like Boeing, and I think one woman runs General Electric, you know, or General Motors, you know. That's impossible to fail, you know.
Boeing isn't doing so good.
Boeing.
Yeah.
Oh no, but they're making money from war.
Mm.
You know, they make arms, you know. Tulsi Gabbard made a fortune from them. And not Tulsi Gabbard, not Tulsi, Nikki Haley.
Mm.
Jimmy, when she quit, she got onto their board. She was actually, I was going to say this the other night. When she went into politics in 2016, you know, the year before, she was practically bankrupt, her and her husband, and now she's a millionaire.
Oh well, that's what happens.
Oh, did you see the thing? Nancy Pelosi was in England last month, and she debated a musician, a banjo player from a British band at the Oxford Union, and he absolutely destroyed her on politics.
No.
I swear to God, it's very good. Do you know the band Billy Mumford and Sons?
Yeah.
The one of the guys was kicked out of Mumford and Sons because he was critical of Antifa in a tweet, and he's on his own now, and he was invited to speak, and he went out. You know, she brought up. He said it was like Trump, populism and Trump is a threat to democracy. You know, and he just went through all the bad things that, you know, she's done and other governments have done, and the bank bailouts and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and, you know, and you're worried about Trump, you know?
Yeah. I bet she wasn't expecting that to happen then.
Oh no, and she said that Trump was a threat to democracy because he challenged the 2020 election, and then your man points out, yeah, but you all challenged the 2016 election. Do you know what I mean? You said it was illegitimate.
And people tend to forget that we're actually a constitutional republic.
Not a democracy at all.
We're not supposed to be.
Yeah. The electoral, and do you remember when they wanted to get rid of the electoral college because they wanted it to be the popular vote? You know, so when they win, everything is sacred. You know what I mean? And when it's the other way around, it's Facebook, Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the Tucker Carlson in Australia thing? He was doing some press thing, and all the Australian journalists came after him. And he was one woman. They were trying to blame him for all sorts of, you know, white nationalism or some crazy shooter or something. And he tore through them. He tore through one journalist so badly that she actually resigned from being a journalist.
Good.
It was funny. It was very funny.
Good. Well, it seems like the movement to fire all these crazy bitches is well underway.
I think we might see more of that kind of style of interaction in the foreseeable future. Like, provided people can be sharp and on the ball and ready, we're going to see a lot of, how would you put it, like people being put in their place.
Yeah. And apparently the guy, the guy from Mumford and Sons, like, he said that Pelosi kept on saying, "Who are you? Who are you?" You know, to him, like
that man.
Like, how dare you disagree with me?
Yeah.
She's another one that she's worth a fortune, you know.
Yeah.
And do you know Gavin Newsom's her nephew?
I'm not surprised.
Mm.
I don't know who that is.
He's the
Newsom?
governor of California.
You know what's funny, Billy? Shane knows more about my country than a lot of people that live in my country.
Shane, last time you were on the stream with GM,
Mm.
I was flabbergasted with like I was talking to Freebird, and I was just like, this guy is so with his data and details, like he's my nemesis. I feel like after listening to
Billy?
Billy.
Did he
Last
mute?
thing, I don't know. Last thing we heard was after listening.
I want to hear the end of that compliment. Billy?
I don't know what happened to Billy.
It must have been the Irish history he was talking about, or Anglo-Irish history.
Hmm.
I think he's going to crash and then come back in.
Yeah.
I try to keep up with English and American current events and history.
Yeah. No, history is kind of your thing, right?
Oh yeah, we see that the good. A lot of English history and Irish history is covered in the same thing. It's like we were one country for a while, so a lot of his English history gets covered in our schools, you know. But you know, in college it was like Henry VIII, you know, in the Reformation I studied, you know, just to pass, you know. But I moved on from it quickly, you know.
Yeah.
It must have been the you're back talking about our.
Yo.
Welcome back, Billy.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, my internet died. Sorry.
So you're saying I'm your nemesis?
Yeah, because you got a lot of like your facts, your data, your historic recollection, and it's just like whoa, sensory overload. That's like my weakness.
I was trying to give the short version of what the other night, you know.
That was a short version, yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, it's like, you know, if you were to pick out any one of those things I was talking about, I could do the long version of them and take up the whole stream, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. Like I could. I was like, this guy. That I was trying to follow. I was like, right, we're talking about the Irish potato famine. We're talking about Vikings. We're talking about Henry VIII. It's like, wow. So the jumping around from like, okay, it's like I can't keep up, man. I'm stuck with the potatoes.
Yeah, but do you know whose fault the potatoes famine was? The Canadians.
All right. Yeah. All right.
The blight came from Canada.
Don't start now.
Well, you know, I could have gone deeper into the blaming the British, but I'll leave that. I left that part out, you know.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny that I just recently saw Shane. He experienced some feminist sex cult indoctrination. He did.
Well, I think. Well, I don't know. I'm sure he's got a particular story there, but I think in some ways, a lot of us, like they're trying to do that. They're trying to do that, like, you know, societal level, global level of indoctrination.
No, Billy. He was on a channel with this whore who is a single mother, by the way, who has a young son, and he's trying to argue, like, debate, like how much women abuse men, and she's totally blowing him off. She's like cutting him off. She keeps playing things, and then she's like shaking her tits, and It was so bad. Like, so bad.
So
I accidentally, someone sent us, a friend sent me a link, and I thought it was to a, like a post stream chat.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was a link, and it was to Sarah the Tomato, whatever, her channel. And I found myself on her channel for about 15 minutes. I had to leave because she was drunk and she wouldn't stop talking.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to her. Like, whatever she did to her hair and her face looks like shit compared to when I first came across her like 2 years ago.
Well, she claims that she had she was in a car crash and had some severe back problems, chronic pain issues.
No, she fucking injected her face with a whole bunch of shit, or had a facelift, or something fucked up. Like,
and yeah, well, you can see the eyebrows are different, aren't they? Or they're more elevated. She looks.
Yeah, it's sick.
What age would you say she is?
Way younger than me.
Well, I have no idea how old you are, but what age would you think? Would you think she is?
Maybe 35.
I mean, she claims to be 36, but somebody the person you were mentioning before thinks she's much older.
No.
Oh,
she just looks like shit because she's a drunk.
She during the streams, one of the other people on the panel, they were talking about divorce, and she's divorced, and she said that this guy was trying to say that women are more likely to divorce than men, and they were disagreeing with him. But then her story, all the women were telling her to get divorced her husband, and her dad was telling her not to.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And she didn't seem to get it,
Well, I've gone through my list of crazy bitches that I have, and they're all silent right now. That's a good sign. They're watching everybody's reaction to what happened tonight.
There's a lot of people doing spaces on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's a lot of live streams as well going on YouTube talking about it.
Yeah. None of the crazy bitches I follow are having one. Like right after the debate, live stream, like crazy. Like I couldn't keep up with like monkey branching from live stream to live stream. Right now it's silent.
Yeah. I was supposed to be doing a live stream earlier tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. Well, it would have been an hour before you went live. Because you went live 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would have. I was going to. No, I did not book it or schedule it or anything like that. But I was planning to do a stream. Like no one knew about it really. But
okay.
Well, one person was talking to me, and so I was like, okay, all right, I'll try and do a live stream either tonight or tomorrow. Try and bring some inspiration to the community or something.
Yeah, I just checked on Saunders, and the NISTAL leader's been over there after me and his stream last night.
Oh, that was the Marine guy. Yeah. How did he get on that? Did you get in touch with him after? He's okay?
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
Good.
He's doing a live stream right now. So
good for him. He was saying some people didn't want him talking to you or something?
Oh, yes. I'm very controversial. Well, so the crazy bitches that I've collected have emotionally terrorized people into trying to stay away from me.
Has it worked?
It worked, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe it's just me, but I haven't heard the controversy yet. I just sort of agree with you.
Bit of a long story.
It's just pretty much okay. So, for instance, that crazy bitch that tried to boob bomb you. We'll just call it.
Cute.
I get accused of being like her.
How?
I don't know.
You're essentially just a face, really. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, there's actually a part in Revelations that I saw about that.
The
If anyone is to be taken captive, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain with the sword must he be slain. So the crazy bitches will emotionally terrorize the terrorizable, we'll just say.
it's funny that a lot of the people that are into theology or teach theology will tell you that that's not about the future, that that's about the Romans period, and they have all of this. The 666 means Nero. It's numerologically the 666 is the emperor. It's all. I don't believe it. It's not. It can't be. If anything, the Bible is pro-Roman.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It was, but if from what I read of Revelation, do you know they used to be called the Book of the Apocalypse, not Revelation?
Mm-mm.
And they call it Revelation because after the apocalypse, the second coming and the revelation of God's plan will be made known, And apocalypse means revelation in ancient Greek. There's another thing they said that there's supposed to be the charismatic leader, who's the Antichrist,
Mm-hmm.
and there's supposed to be a very, very large war, and it will be fought, or the last battle will be fought in the Middle East, in a place called Megiddo, which actually, if you go back, is where the very first war happened in human history. And Megiddo is also where we get Armageddon. Is the Mageddon in Armageddon?
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna pass out soon.
Okay,
Yeah.
Billy.
So,
It's lovely to speak to you in person, Billy.
you too. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
guys should stream together.
Yeah.
I-
I'd enjoy that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
pick a subject.
You're like a a one-man band of Chinese whispers. Like you just play Chinese whispers with yourself.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not.
I know, I'm not sure either. That's what
I think
I'm
it's a
not
backhanded compliment.
Well, he is the representative that I speak with from the second beast. So psychology field as a whole.
Yeah, I come from
They-
like Satan's butthole or something. I don't know.
Yeah. He speaks like the dragon. So
Yeah.
You
Whatever
speak
that
the language.
yeah.
Actually, I have a cousin who's a psychologist in England.
Really?
But she works in, like people, people who are committed.
Ooh, crazy bitch boot camps.
Yeah.
Nice. Is she a feminist?
No, I wouldn't call her that. Although she was a bit of a party girl.
Yeah, she's a feminist.
Mm.
There's no way she could have gotten her education via university without such indoctrination.
Probably. Although she did she was a nanny for a long time, and she went to college like in her late 30s,
Okay.
and like a mature student, you know.
Maybe she avoided it then. I'd love to
But
talk to her.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I spoke to her.
What?
Yeah, I have a very big family.
Well, Billy said he had to go. Billy.
Yeah, well, pleasure talking.
Thank you.
Until next time. So good night. I'll catch you
Good night,
later.
Billy.
Good night, Billy. I'm trying to look up what my dictionary says about the apocalypse.
Mm.
Found another divorce coach. It doesn't seem to be a feminist.
Oh,
Yeah.
I found a marriage coach, but she's a keep marriages together coach.
Yeah.
The happy wife something.
Oh yeah. No, she's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Southern lady.
Yeah. No, she's cool. I like her.
Yeah, I like her.
She's doing what's necessary. So
Mm.
yeah, she's good. No, this.
She wasn't always like she is now. Like she had a kind of come to Jesus moment, didn't she?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. She tells on women, and I love it because we need more.
And they
women.
hate it, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The sisterhood is an insidious thing, isn't it?
It is.
Do you know what I really?
You saw
Sorry.
the thumbnail for this.
Is it the? Oh yes, the ark. Yes.
Yeah, that's the sisterhood.
Mm.
Right there. That's the feminist cult.
It really is a cult.
It is the biggest cult that we have in our society that's destroying things.
On the stream I was doing got pushed back, but we're covering that Nexium cult. You know, do you remember the Hollywood one, the sex thing?
Yeah.
And Jim Jones, remember the Jonestown thing? Do you remember in the 70s? He got these people Americans, to move to Guyana, and they had their own little community, and eventually he got them all. It was like a death cult. He got them all they put poison in the Kool-Aid, and everyone drank it. And that's where you get the "don't drink the Kool-Aid" from.
Oh, okay.
There's a good movie about it, from like 1980 or something. Like, do you remember Powers Booth? Oh, you wouldn't know him. He's an actor. But it was one of these cult of personalities. I'm your pathway to God. He used to deny them sleep and isolate them from their families and bring them into this community and look to him as their only salvation. But there's a lot of them, and there was another guy in Japan who was claimed to be the second coming of the Messiah. There's some sort of Japanese Christian, and he ended up having a terror attack. He dropped nerve gas in the subway in Japan. Sarin gas or something. Some of them are very. Or there was another one, The Children of God. Do you remember that one? Some guy in the States, and it was like, it was like a polygamy thing, and he had like 50 kids or something. And and lots of abuse, you know.
Yeah. I know about the Waco compound.
They did the previous episode. They did Waco. There was something about that. There's some questions about. There was a guy who was explaining how, like, when they drove the tank through the house, like how bizarre it was.
Yeah, for the gas. Yeah.
And someone said that it was Koresh himself that lit the fire. You know. He took himself and his kids with him. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know about that. There was something very weird about that whole situation.
Yeah.
Do you remember when they tried to storm it the first time and it failed? And they got that footage.
I don't remember when it happened. I just heard about it later. I didn't really look it up.
Well,
honestly, cults have never been my interest. I just know what they look like.
Jehovah's Witnesses can be a bit dark as well, you know.
Well, I know there's always been something creepy I've never liked about, all the groups of people that wave this book called the Bible around and profess to know the truth and whatnot. I haven't seen a single one of these religious cults that I'm like, okay, I trust these people. Like, I don't know.
Have you noticed there's people that seem to know the Bible word for word, yet don't know the book? Do you know what I'm getting at? Like, they'll get things wrong, or they don't live that life.
Oh, yeah. Every Bible thumper I've ever fucking met. And it's weird because I have so many clients that are Christian in so many different denominations. And I've always claimed to be, like, I mean, I joke that I'm polytheist because I believe in many gods. but also atheist because I don't believe in a sky daddy that we can pray to ask for stuff, right?
No, I don't believe in that either.
Yeah, but all of my Christian clients, they're like, no, you're Christian. You just won't admit it. And they're like, I'm like, I just live by like
a cultural Christian?
I don't know. I think lying, cheating, and stealing is fucking wrong. So I refuse or really try hard not to do it. Like, that's fundamentally.
Good. Yeah, as long as you keep the morality, it doesn't matter. You know?
Yeah. But is that Christian morality? I don't know. I mean,
sorry. Well, like, I mean, if you're talking about like lying and cheating and stealing, I mean, that's the 10 Commandments, isn't it?
Yeah, if you deduce all 10 to 3, that shall not lie.
But I mean, I somehow I don't see you doing adultery or,
that's cheating.
Yeah. Or what was the other one? You don't murder people.
Yeah. Well, I think it depends.
You don't.
Speaking of.
Oh wait, do you honor the Sabbath?
Is that one of the commandments? Isn't the Sabbath Saturday?
Well, it's Saturday or Sunday, one of the days, depending on it's Saturday if you're a Jew, Sunday if you're a Christian.
I mean, what's work? Is it labor?
Yeah, it just means take your day off on Sunday, have a day of rest.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, there was one part of here, this Antichrist part. Let's see. The work reaches its climax, and the Antichrist who receives his authority. Okay. Yeah. So the work of Satan through the Antichrist is clearly rooted in the prophecies of Daniel. Daniel spoke of a dreadful beast with 10 horns and 1 little horn. The Ancient of Days will kill the beast and throw it in the fire. Uh-oh. Shane, it says device not connected. So to me, that sounds like we need to burn the witches, and volcanotherapy is necessary. Oh, somebody lost connection. Mm. Welcome back.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I don't know, it just crashed on me.
That's
You were
right.
reading about Revelation, I see.
Yes, the Antichrist.
Hmm.
Yep. Apparently, the prophecy states that, the Antichrists will burn. I wonder if that was kind of like what was going on around the witch trials.
Well,
what do you know about the witch trials, Mr. History?
Okay, do you mean the American Salem witch trials, or do you mean like the Inquisition?
Both.
Well, the Salem one was rather simple. The truth was that there were a load of girls out in the forest picking magic mushrooms, and they got high, and then they started fooling around sexually, and they got caught, and they were brought before the and they were brought before the town elders, and then they blamed the devil, to kind of not take accountability. And then they started saying that it was like a mass hypnosis or a mass, what's that word? Like a mind virus, where fear and paranoia, and it grows into something, and they started, naming names, and they started, eventually they named all the guilty people, but then they started naming innocent people, and it just got worse and worse and worse. But there was in England, it was worse. There were these witch finders, and they would travel the countryside, and they got paid a bounty per witch, so they were always finding witches to burn.
Yeah.
The what people don't remember is that a third of those that were killed were men who were the witches' familiars, or they were accused of witchcraft as well. The Inquisition started, I think, there was in Europe, it started in sort of France and Spain. There was the Cathars. Did you ever hear of them? They were a branch of Christianity, and they believed in sort of like the Gnosticism, which was like they believed that there was God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament are two different gods.
They seem different.
They also, their clergy, the nuns wore blue instead of black. They also, they practiced, suicide wasn't a sin, and they believed in euthanasia. And eventually, they were, what's the word? The church decided, they killed a Catholic, and it got back to the wrong people, and the whole thing was condemned, and they were all put to death, the entire population of them.
How many was it?
I mean, they ran a region, parts of southern France and northern Spain. It was a big, huge chunk of land. And sorry, they had their own like towns and cities and nobility. There was a sort of mini crusade to get rid of them. They were the sort of original heretics, and the Inquisition sort of was born out of that. And then they went around all of Christendom looking for heresy. And then when do you know Isabella and Ferdinand? They were the people that funded the expedition to America. You know, Christopher Columbus and all that.
Mm.
They reconquered all of Spain from the Moors, from Islam, and they got rid of. They did a sort of religious purge of anyone, all non-Catholics. They were, I think they allowed all the people who wanted to stick to their religion to leave the country. But if you stayed, you know, you were Catholic. And then they made sure that people stayed Catholic. You know, they would accuse people like of for very flimsy things like not eating pork. You know,
Mm-hmm. Which should be a sin.
Yeah, because everyone knows pork is proof of God.
Yeah.
Bacon. There's a good movie about do you remember do you ever hear the Spanish artist Goya?
No.
Well, he was one of around the late 1700s, early 1800s. He was like the best artist in the world, but he did a famous painting called Goya's Ghosts, and it was about the people that had been, you know, that survived the Inquisition, and they were just like, you know, they all had PTSD from the torture.
Mm.
No, they were like, they did horrible things. Like they would torture you into confessions, you know, that you were in league with the devil or all this kind of crap.
Yeah.
There was King James Bible.
Yeah.
King James wrote a book about witchcraft, all knowledge of it, and a how-to book to discover if someone's a witch or not. I swear to God. And there was a famous trial in England. There was some woman. She was like, I suppose you might call her like an apothecary, you know, like a pharmacist in our language, but she did like herbal medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And she was accused and executed for witchcraft. It was a famous case. Like, she was obviously not a witch, you know?
Right.
But a lot of it as well, there would be things like the Black Death or the plague, you know, and people thought the world was going to end, and they always had someone to blame, you know, and there was always some outsider who they would say, oh, she's a witch, you know. Did you ever see Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Mm-mm.
Oh, there's a very funny scene where the villagers come to the local lord, and you're like, she's a witch, you know, and she's like, she turned me into a newt. Well, I got better.
Yeah.
Very funny.
You know what's funny? All these feminists claim to be witches, would love to be witches. They are drawn to those dark arts.
Mm-hmm. They are. They all studied them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were members of the. You ever heard the Fabian Society?
I feel like Manley mentioned that. Oh, what did he say? I don't exactly remember what he said.
Something to do with communism and the forerunner to communism. But a lot of these, you know, it was based on Marx, and they had very famous people in it. And one of the clips was they had people. He said that a lot of people don't deserve to live, and that people should have to come to a board every 4 or 5 years to justify their existence to this board. I swear to God.
Really?
Yeah. And a lot of the first wave, the American first wave feminists, they were into some crazy shit.
Yeah.
You know, they
They're
did a cult.
still into crazy shit.
Mm.
Still.
See, I have a problem. You know what the women that say, "Oh, well, the first wave feminists are great. It's just it's gone too far now." I say, no,
Yes.
they were always nuts.
Yep. Always crazy bitches.
They always had the same agenda. If anything, they were just more violent in the beginning.
Right. Now, yeah. They were. Now they use more toxically feminine tactics to get other people to do it.
Or use the state to do it for them.
Yes.
I heard about in politics in Australia, a female senator committed suicide, and it turned out that she was being bullied by a group of other female senators
Really?
for so badly that she ended up, after a few years of this, she killed herself. There was a toxic feminism at work.
That's weird.
Or femininity.
That's kind of weird. Huh. I don't know. I still think the two beasts are the feminist cult, the beast from the sea, and the psychology field, the beast from the earth.
I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Starship Troopers.
Mm-mm.
But it's set in the future, and there's a sort of quasi-feminist or sort of quasi-fascist, federal government. And they said that there was this psychiatrists and social scientists led us to ruin, and the military was forced to take over.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then the book itself is an analogy against communism. It's the villains are like communists.
Do
you know the YouTube channel Sargon of Akkad?
I've heard of him.
He did a very good the politics of Starship Troopers. I'll send it to you. It's a very good video. It's about but it goes into political science and fascism and communism and capitalism and libertarianism. What else? No, I think everything can you think of a social idea they've introduced that's actually worked?
Feminists or women?
Feminists or psychologists or the social workers and scientists. Nothing seems to work.
No.
I mean, every problem has been when you look at sex education,
Yeah. Well, I think because the feminists, instead of like committing and attaching themselves to like one man, they commit and attach themselves to the government. And me personally, being anti-government is kind of in my DNA. So I'm like, you crazy bitches are the government. Like, the government has grown over decades because more and more and more women needed fucking jobs, because more and more women, graduated from universities and had degrees. So I'm pretty sure any government worker of any kind is gonna be wrong, because they almost take that displaced mommy energy and use it for work when it doesn't fucking belong there. They should be raising children, their own children, instead of using the government to fuck with other people's kids.
Yeah.
But like hold on. I think their idea about communicating with other mothers is right. Like, if you see somebody, doing something that you know damn well is harmful for their children, it is your duty to fucking say something. As a mother to another mother, that's a fucking duty. But getting the government involved is where they fuck up.
Yeah. Before that,
Yeah.
the government's authority ended at your front door.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now parents were the ultimate authority of their children.
Yeah.
And now it's not. It's the government.
Yeah. No, it's the feminists in the government.
I saw a horrible story. This grandmother was on, and she was looking after her 3-year-old grandson, and she was giving him a bath, and she found lots of bruises, and she was worried, and she sort of asked him, has he ever been hurt before, like, or bruises before, and it turned out he had, and she got worried. He told her that it was his mother that had hit him. So she called social services on her own daughter, and an investigation occurred. And of course, the daughter found out it was her mother that called on her, so she lost. They cut her off.
Yep.
But they came back to her and about a month later and said that no, we investigated thoroughly, and he was just playing around, boys being boys. And a month after that, the boy was found beaten to death.
Yeah.
They and then they will take kids away from good mothers, and then they will leave kids with bad mothers. It's a terrible system.
Yeah. It's because there's crazy bitch feminists making those decisions. And they're not capable. They are not capable.
And those women love power, though, don't they?
They do.
Like, power seems to be their primary goal,
It is. Yeah.
And they're obsessed with power dynamics.
Well,
Like,
I think some of the things that are right to be aware of get overly, like, okay, a feminist in her mind, she sees specifically a straight white man. The sisterhood has told her he's evil. He's responsible for colonizing and all the slavery throughout the world. They used to be oppressors, all the things. So to them, they've been fear-mongered. So they want to destroy that other person. Like, everything they do in our society is literally to destroy the patriarchy. Like, they invade all these spaces that men build, and then they fucking tear them to shreds. Like, I worked at a small manufacturing company, and this green-haired crazy bitch feminist that is over half of the departments is just the turnover rate under her, all the wasted time, how it affects every other fucking department. Like, she never gets blamed for the things. There's always a fall guy around her. I mean, it's her level of incompetence, though, that's literally hurting this business and hurting people that work there. So it's almost like she doesn't. But that's the thing. You can't give these women power in your company. You can't do it. Like, that's where a lot of people get conned into trusting these cunts, because like,
the human resources departments are awful.
Yes, those shouldn't even exist. The only reason they exist is because women invaded the workforce. But no, if a woman can't build it herself, there's no fucking reason she should be in charge of it.
I agree.
So,
and they've had long enough. I mean, there's been rich women for a very long time. They could have invested in the stock market and could have done all sorts of things.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. Do you know the gender pay gap nonsense?
Yes, it is disproportionately in the favor of women. Women make more for doing less in our society. Well,
in Iceland, they had one of these, like these PR, in the way they'll every woman in Iceland went on strike for a day.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even the prime minister was a woman, the person in charge of the, the
Really?
person who, and like, well, it was funny because like Iceland has had equal pay legislation since the 70s, and what was interesting was that like even in a modern society and like women were like 30% of the workforce, they went out of the workforce and nothing happened.
Yeah.
The society ran normally.
And nobody called the HR department.
One boss said, "Now, all right, guys, now that the women are gone, we can get some real work done."
Yeah.
That's what.
But there were no HR complaints either. Nobody
Nope.
called the work mommy to tell about the feelings that were hurt, Like,
Well, I don't know. Do you ever listen to Camille LaPaglia? And she was, she was talking about in the old days how men and women had separate things. That women did women's work, men did men's work, and then at the end of the day, they mixed, at dinner.
yeah.
And he said that women are the way we've organized our lives and the way we live in cities, that community of women is gone. And that's why a lot of women are very unhappy, because they used to have your aunts and your cousins and whoever helping you
But I
with the
think
kids.
it's still there. The community is still there, that community aspect. But these aunts and these moms and these grandmas within these communities are telling these young women, they're giving them shitty advice. Like, there's a divorce coach that I did yesterday, and she literally talked about what led to her divorce. She was on the therapist's couch and she was talking about the things, and her therapist planted the narcissism bug in her brain and sent her down a path of destroying her fucking marriage. And then fast forward, she's showcasing this woman, who's crying crocodile. Did you see that video? She's crying because she lost custody of her 2 children. Mind you, she's like, I ran the Boston Marathon and they like to, my kids love to run and they love to go skiing. Like, this isn't normal.
She lost custody of her kids. Something.
No. What happened was she's a feminist. She's working too much. All the things. She's not raising her fucking kids. Her her daughter had some mental health problems, which is her fucking responsibility as a mother. She sought out advice from her pediatrician, which was probably a chick. That she told her to call a crisis counselor, which is another fucking feminist, part of the system. And then she had an aunt that had a psychiatry doctorate that literally told her, oh, the kid's too traumatized. You should probably not, fulfill your parental agreement that you fucking signed and hand your kids over to their dad where they can be sick. Because I guess they had RSV. So she did, she's listening to all these fucking people. Like, that community of women is there, but the ones with power and authority are fucking incompetent. They're liars. They lie to these young women. Like, women are destroying their fucking lives and their children because the aunts and the aunts and grandmas of society are fucking lying to them. And it sucks.
Did you see this thing, this group of, adult women cutting out their parents from their lives? No contact or something they're calling it.
Yeah, I mean, there's some.
Apparently, I don't know. It's people are like, some of them are like they will cut off contact with their parents over a disagreement about politics.
Yes, which is dumb. I mean, me personally, I cut contact off with my mother, because she's just a toxic, psychotic bitch.
Well, yeah. Well, that's a good reason. A lot of these things I was hearing were petty.
Yeah.
No, there are definitely family members that you're better off away from.
Yeah.
And friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, when you're part of a fucking network of a pack of hyenas,
Mm.
like
The
sick and
hyenas is a good,
divorced,
yeah, that's a good description for them.
they are hyenas.
And they have these patterns, like they overtalk everyone, they yell, they attack in packs, you know.
They do. Well,
And
because they're nothing by themselves. They don't have the courage to actually stand alone.
Mm.
They would never have the like. That's why I can't get any of these crazy bitches to actually sit and have a conversation with me. Like they're afraid.
Well,
Of
yeah,
just
because
this.
they're used to their echo chamber where everyone agrees with them. They can't actually defend an idea, really. That will come on, or if they do come on, they lie and gaslight and deflect and waste the time, you know, and make sure nothing good ever happens.
Yeah.
I see them a lot, you know, when there's some sort of, you know, dating thing, you know, sort of issues between men and women, and they're, you know, several of them will be coming towards a solution, and then the feminists will make sure it doesn't work out, you know.
Yeah.
They want us divided.
They do. Because that's what keeps them in power.
Mm-hmm. And if they're like politicians, if they actually solved people's problems, and what would they need them for?
Question of the century.
And as well, they lie.
We need them to raise their children properly and quit fucking abusing them. That's what we need them to do.
And they lie about what feminism has achieved. You know, women seem to think a ridiculous version of history that was never true.
Right.
You know, like or like you wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for feminism. You could always work. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
I mean, it's silly.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't have an education without feminism. No, education came before feminism as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't have rights, or you could no, sorry, you know, if those rights were, the Constitution still protected you, or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
The only thing I think they did was mess up the economy and make it so that married women have to work. You know, women used to quit their jobs when they got married and started a family, and then they made way, and a new girl, you know, unmarried girl, took her place, and maybe they went back to work when their kids are a bit older, or worked part-time.
Yeah.
And there were always a significant minority of women who never got married and didn't want kids, and they would have been among the feminists. So really nothing changed.
How significant, though?
20%.
Okay.
And this is of all time. 20% of women never had children.
Okay,
who ever lived.
That's 20%. Today we're at like 50.
Although apparently 60% of men never had children in the past, you know, in all of human history. So it was like 40% of men were doing the breeding. Just then the math doesn't math that just that men are having sex with more than one woman.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of these men were deemed unworthy or whatever. And then of course, war, a lot of these guys died young, you know, disease would have felled the number. See, the system, even if nothing is done, if people like you and I do nothing, the system that they built will collapse of its own incompetence.
It's doing it now.
The money is running out. The money's running out.
Oh yeah, and the MGTOW guys are really doing a number on cutting off their funds. That's why the feminists, you know, hate
And they're
them
starting to get
so
angry. I've
much.
seen the MGTOW videos with them of the women getting angry about the men not approaching them anymore, not going out on dates anymore.
Yeah.
I saw one tonight where some woman was complaining that there was some neighborhood guy and he asked her out and she said no. And next thing, she's coming down the next week and she has her shopping and she's like, "Can you help me with my shopping?" He's like, "Oh no, you said you're all right on your own," and off he went.
Yeah.
You know, let her carry it herself.
Yeah.
Did you see the clip of the guy on the bus with the woman? She was angry. There's no, I'm a lady on a bus and no men are getting up to let me have their seat. And she goes up to one man and she says, "Would you not give up your seat?" And she goes, "Do you believe in equality?" She says, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, fuck off."
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I feel like I saw another one where she was like, "You want to give up your seat?" And he was like, "Why are you pregnant?" Like,
Mm,
and she's like, "No." And he's like, "No, then." Like,
mm. But it's like, why would he give up a seat for fucking Karen? You know what I mean?
yeah.
You know, an old lady or a pregnant woman, yeah, sure, makes sense, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, I'm sorry, but like, most of these women are not ladies, and they have no expectation or no rightful expectation to get gentleman treatment. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, did you ever see the? Do you know that guy Aaron Cleary?
Mm-hmm.
Do you read his book, The Book of Numbers? Did you read that?
No, I didn't.
Well, he
It's
basically
fabulous.
worked out the percentage of women that are marriageable in today's society by traditional standards.
Really?
Yeah, and sorry, this would be the married women would be out of the equation, I think, you know. But he basically said like there's about 5% of women who are, you know, marriageable based on feminism and their lifestyle and, you know, occupation and how many men they've slept with, you know.
Yeah, I believe that.
Mm. The
I believe that.
I don't know when it was, but it was like kids on spring break.
Mm-hmm.
It was some chick, Australian girl on spring break, I think in Mexico, and she set herself the target of sleeping with 25 men in 10 days. And she was disappointed that she got 22
Jesus.
in 10 days.
So fucking gross.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's very damage. She has no idea the damage that's going to do to her.
I don't think she cares though.
No.
I don't know a single I don't know a single woman that I've ever met in my entire life that wasn't promiscuous because she was a crazy bitch. Like, no self-respect.
Mm.
Like, I don't know. There's no fixing that.
But like, would you agree that like these women are just like these promiscuous women? Like they're either
They're
that way or they're feminism and made that.
whores.
Yeah, like
They're whores. Whore is a mindset. Like,
you know, but it's not like we didn't make them this way. Men didn't
no,
make
women
them this way.
did.
Yeah.
Women did. Exactly.
Mm.
The same women that are fucking trying to, you know, rip them off for some fucking therapy courses and some divorce coaching and all kinds of shit.
You know
Women
what
did
might be
that
an interesting topic might be all of the money from feminism, how much they've earned or
to them.
raised or
Oh man.
since they
Yes.
began.
A
You know,
financial.
who their donors were. And we know about, you know, Gloria Steinem had the CIA backing her. Do you remember?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, you know that she was part of they funded Miss Magazine. It was all part of some Cold War thing. And she used to date Henry Kissinger, you know, the Nixon Secretary of State. You know, the old guy.
Mm-hmm.
His famous quote. He was a bachelor, you know, and he used to date lots of models and famous people. But Nixon asked him, Henry, he's an ugly man, you know, and he's got a weird voice, and he's like, it's very deep and nasal, but he's like, Henry, how the hell do you get all those girls? You know, and he goes, Mr. President, power is the greatest aphrodisiac.
Mm.
And that's how, you know, but they funded, CIA funded feminism in multiple countries, you know, maybe 50 countries. And Steinem was Miss Magazine in the 70s. But there were other ones before. They were funded by the industrialists, you know, the Rockefeller types, you know.
Mm.
Well, but
what I know about women is that, especially feminists, they're really good at getting resources from people. Like,
and from the government. They get government funding a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can look at government spending on women versus men, you know, that they've lobbied for over the years. Health spending is a great one.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's the other one that's it's like their tax contributions versus what they receive. You know, they're paying in. So even if you're talking about a lawyer or a doctor or someone, it's how much investment does the state put into her?
Speaking of incompetent women,
who are we looking at now? Oh, is that the
director of the Secret Service?
Yeah.
I fucking love Elon, man. So before being put in charge of protecting the president, she was guarding bags of Cheetos. No, Elon knows exactly what's going on. When he bought Twitter and turned it into X, he fired most of the women that worked there.
They were like 2/3 of the staff, I think, weren't they?
More than that, I think.
And the system has continued to work great or improved.
Improved, yes.
Mm.
No,
Did you hear Elon made a massive donation to Trump yesterday?
Donor's gonna go. Yeah, extreme incompetence, or it was deliberate. Either way, the SS leadership must resign. Secret Service, yes, fire that bitch. Yeah, he where is it?
I saw that interview. That was that BBC guy.
Was it?
He was the one that spotted the shooter and alerted the police. Although he said it took them time to get him.
Well, it was half women. I was like, when I saw those fucking women go around, I was like, what the fuck? Like,
Did you hear the story about Joe Biden's Secret Service person?
No.
There was she was a female agent, and she resigned from the service, but when he was VP and after he retired, she had to monitor him, and he used to walk around her naked all the time, you know, and go swimming naked in his back garden, and she would have to watch him in case he drowned, you know, just to freak her out, you know.
That's
they hated him. The Secret Service hate Biden, apparently.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk endorses Trump. I'm glad this is happening, though. This resignation. Call for resignation. We need a man to be leading security. Like, what the fuck are these women doing?
Do you remember when Hillary was put in charge of state and she cut the security on the embassies, and then Benghazi happened? Remember?
I remember her. I remember that.
That was criminal.
It is criminal. She caused the death of many, many, many people.
And I think she had something came out recently that she had a little more to do with Gaddafi's death than people are aware of.
Well, these crazy bitches are so fucking lucky that the shooter missed, because if Trump would have been assassinated, we would have been burning witches all night long.
They'd have seen a real insurrection.
Yes. all these people, all these women on the Secret Service, they'd all be dead already.
But you know, the Joy Reids of the world would be celebrating.
No, they would die too, because they've been calling for this shit.
But this is what I'm saying. A lot of people that I was reading on Twitter, about people that I follow, were saying this is the Democrats' fault for all of this hate and rhetoric they've been.
Yeah, it is. All these women in authority.
You know, like a lot of people were saying that, like, we expected something like this. I was, to be honest, I expected something like this to happen in the first administration, the way they were talking about him.
Yeah.
You go after them for hate speech.
I mean, they tried to say Trump. Yeah, we were 1 inch from chaos. They tried to say that Trump, caused that terrible insurrection and blah, 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 even though he didn't even say anything close to what these crazy bitches talk when it comes to Trump. They could definitely pin this on them.
Yeah, those nutters. Have you ever tried to watch The View? Oh my God. They are nuts. I only see it in clips, when people cover what they've been talking about.
Yeah, I can't watch them.
The absolute idiocracy of it all.
Yeah. I don't know how people can watch them.
It's I think it's an audience of housewives, in the mornings. Because it's on in the morning, no? You're working, or who else could be watching,
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, we had a story over here this week. Some Irish girl got a job working for, is it Emirates? The Arab airline, in Dubai, and she married a local man, and he turned out to be abusive. And she reported him to the police, and the police sent her home to him without charges. And he stole her passport, he destroyed her passport, and she was basically forbidden from leaving. And he kept on beating her anyway, and she tried to commit suicide. And she was arrested. When she woke up in the hospital, she was in the prison hospital because they charged her with suicide as a crime. And she was also charged with drinking alcohol, which is a crime. And they wouldn't let her leave the country. And apparently this has been going on for a few weeks, but they reported it finally to the Irish authorities, and everyone in Ireland went ballistic. And within 48 hours, they've been let her go. And she's home already. It was strange. It was a very odd story, though. But like, a lot of people were like, "What the hell did she expect going out, marrying some guy out there?" The Muslims are not known for their, forward thinking and their respect for the wives.
Yeah. They really know how to sort out feminists, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But that stuff in Iran last a couple of years ago. Do you remember your woman wouldn't wear the headscarf?
Mm.
I mean, they killed her over that.
No.
But she was a feminist.
Mm.
Did it on purpose to defy the law. To provoke a reaction. She got the reaction.
Yep.
Since she never heard the expression "when in Rome."
Right? Right? Well, what do you see happening this week?
This week, I see the Democrats will try to spin this the Republicans will spill this as the anti-Trump, or the Democrat rhetoric. They'll blame Antifa and they'll blame the mainstream media's constant anti-Trump narratives.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's popularity was already, I mean, what wasn't he at 74% approval to Biden's 33?
Right.
That's only going to go up. His approval will skyrocket.
Yeah.
He's going to get a ton of more donations.
Yeah.
Most of the legal stuff isn't going to hit him. They pushed the sentencing trial back to September for the New York thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he has nothing to worry about there for a while. And they're not going to imprison him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, they might sentence him and then, it'll be a suspended sentence or something,
Yeah.
I'd say the Democrats are going to spend the next day or so or probably all tonight, trying to work out what their talking points are going to be and hit the media tomorrow morning, for the Sunday media blitz. All of the, a lot of the YouTube commentators, the left-wing guys that talk politics, they're all on the payroll,
Yeah.
Like that Destiny guy and people like that.
Yeah.
They're paid by some Democratic PAC, some progressive thing. And you see it like I remember he was on Piers Morgan. They were talking about the economy. Like, do you think the American economy is doing good?
Mm-mm. No, there's lots of shit shutting down.
They were trying to argue that the economy is doing great under Biden. I was like, that's ridiculous. Look at the inflation.
Look at the inflation and look at how many fucking just restaurants have shut down. Like, I mean, big chains are like cutting half of their shit.
And how much money he sent overseas in foreign aid to Ukraine and to Israel.
Yeah.
And then he stopped the federal oil drilling and shut down that pipeline. Do you remember?
Mm-hmm.
America was exporting oil under Trump, and now they're importing oil under Biden.
Yeah.
And then
more
immigration
and reduces the jobs.
And then you've got all these immigrants flooding in, so now they have to be housed. So that's going to raise rents and house prices, and Then
the tax on the schools, like we have to build more schools now, so there goes our property taxes. Like,
and 20 million more people. You're going to need multiple hospitals as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you will overwhelm the system.
Yep.
And where are you going to? I mean, the schools are bad enough already with the current numbers of kids they have in them.
Yeah.
A lot of people I know don't trust the public schools. They'd rather raise their kids at home or teach them at home.
I like charter schools myself. I picked for my son. I picked a it's called Harmony Science Academy. So It did kindergarten through 8th, and it Turkish run, so super strict. Like you had to apply, and your kid could not have any kind of disciplinary problems whatsoever, and you could be kicked out for fucking off and being stupid. Like uniform, the whole 9, right?
Is this one of those schools that like parents set it up originally?
No, I think I don't know, but there's multiple Harmony Science Academies.
I saw something about, they have parents on the board, of the school or something, and they set up. Maybe I might be thinking of the original charter school or something.
Maybe. I don't know. In my community, there's so many schools, like so many different. There's a school that actually one of my clients sent her kids to. It's like a farm school.
Ah.
I mean, because farming's in their family. And so at this school, it's very farm based. I mean, because I live in an ag community, agriculture is big, right? So it's just, and it was kind of a smaller school, and it kind of gave them, the interaction with other kids, still farming culture, but the teachers there could teach more than the mom was capable of teaching. So
our farmers today have to go to college and do a farming thing, agriculture.
Yeah.
And most of these kids will have grown up on farms and been a kid on a farm and know it, but I think they teach them like some sort of like farm economics, and the science of farming,
Yeah.
I don't know why it was introduced. I think it was I think if you do it, you get some sort of government subsidy or something,
Yeah,
it's very hard to make
so many options for schools here.
Well, I saw something that the Department of Education was founded by Jimmy Carter. And when it was founded, America had the best education system in the world beforehand. And now it's like 50th.
Yeah, it's bad right now. Our public schools are really bad.
No, there was some, I don't know, it was a Candace Owens or somebody was saying that they did a study, a sample, they picked Baltimore and somewhere in California, and they couldn't find a black boy at 18 who could read properly.
Yeah.
In the districts, it's criminal.
Yeah. It is criminal.
Oh, listen, I think I better go.
Okay. Thank you, Shane.
It was a pleasure talking to you again. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. I look forward to you and Billy's discussion. What are you guys going to talk about?
I have absolutely no idea. Whatever he wants.
Are you on Discord?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, I'll have to get information because I can connect you guys via Discord.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Listen, thank you to whoever's watching, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Freebird, yes.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye, Freebird.
Have a good night.
Bye.
All right, that was fun. Actually, I want to share this other coach that I tagged ahead of time because I actually liked her stuff. And this is going to be the last of my narcissistic divorce coach series. So, Freebird, thank you for finding this one. It is a good one. I just need to find it in my history. Because you know what? All right, Discord it is. Rachel. Okay. Rachel Sloan. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, I have way too many fucking tabs open. Grow your light. This crazy bitch. She has a cult here. Speaking of cults, I might monkey branch over to the fucking love and light people and find a couple couple feminist cults that have a decent enough reach. Because this one right here, she's a piece of fucking work, man. Like, I do understand there's a lot of men in the Democratic Party that are losing faith, that just found out because the women have been gaslighting them that Joe Biden was in such a wreck. But it's crazy bitches like this that keep those lies going. So, let me play this, though. You know what? I love how this video is literally not even 3.5 minutes long. And she said more in this than probably both of the coaches that I looked at combined said on all their fucking videos.
You know, I always thought that I would coach women. I mean, I am a woman, and my introduction to coaching introduced me to a lot of societal and cultural conditioning that myself and a lot of other women have internalized. It just seemed like the natural path. So I did. I started coaching women, but I also started to get calls from men. And I took on a few men as clients. And what I did is I started to really listen to what they were telling me. What I heard was not only surprising, it made me think about things in a whole new way. What shocked me was the way that the men reaching out to me for support had felt attacked or villainized in prior coaching or therapy. I just couldn't imagine a therapist laying the blame solely on the shoulders of a man. So I started talking to more therapists and to coaches and trying to figure out what was really going on. And I stepped into this whole underbelly of the personal growth world where there's a really nasty twist. In order to empower women on their own personal growth journeys, so many programs, coaches, and therapists are labeling men as a problem, as an enemy to be overcome, as an experience to be recovered from, or as a bad guy to be re-educated. But I'm not buying this story. I believe we can empower one group of people without marginalizing another. And in fact, if we want to live in a healthier, happier society, I believe we have to learn to do this. What I see happening to men during couples therapy and in the divorce process is akin to what I see happening across our nation when it comes to issues of race, gender, and politics. In order to empower one group, we are viciously attacking another, but you cannot hate hard enough to create love. We don't need to see one another as victims and villains. What we need is to see one another as human beings. And that journey starts with humanizing ourselves. Men are not the villains in divorce. They are human beings with human hearts and human brains. Most often, they are in pain. They are struggling with emotions that are frightening at best and intolerable at worst. They feel shame and regret. They want love and they want stability, and they want to know that they are worthy of both. Insisting that a man is anything less than that, or that he is anything more malicious than that, it's not helping men, and it is certainly not helping women. But there's a catch. Before we can change the way that the personal growth community sees men, or that the divorce process treats men, before we can change the way that women look at men, we have to change the way men look at themselves to help men break free from that internalized messaging that says you're bad, you're wrong, you're broken. That's why I created Better Beyond Divorce. This coaching program is designed to help men handle those unbearable emotions, make sense of what's happened in their relationships, and most of all, to discover within themselves the depths of their own humanity. We don't need victims and villains. We need people. So it's time to shine the light onto the dark places that we perceive within ourselves and within other people. And I can tell you from experience that when you do that, what you find isn't nearly as bad as you're afraid it might be. If you'd like to learn more, or if you'd like to join me in Better Beyond Divorce, leave me a note in the comments or reach out to me directly by.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. So she does courses. But she's right about the dichotomy mania, for sure. But Rachel, just don't get sucked into the feminist cult, okay? Because that is fundamentally what's fucking everything up. That's why it's in all the groups, because there are feminists in all the groups causing the problems. All right, Freebird. Good to see you. And I think I'm done on this channel for a while. I think my next stream is going to be on my main channel because there's some mothers that I need to add to my crazy bitch list. So Sarah Davison might be on there. Haven't decided yet. All right, y'all. Later.